See it on the edge. Thank you.
Jeez.
Good evening
Wake up.
and welcome to the monthly meeting of the Arlington County Board of Zoning Appeals, which is also known as the BZA. I'm Charles Smith, chairman of the board. And this board is made up of 5 citizens appointed by the Circuit Court. In addition to myself, we have Judy Freshman, Enta Malice, who's vice chair, Paul Melnick, who is coming in the door as we speak, and Peter Owen to my far left. Also present is the professional staff, including Stephen Rissy, the coordinator for the Board of Zoning Appeals, and our secretary. Blake Bowen, assistant to the zoning administrator, who is seated on the far side of the room, and Michelle Rogers, who's the administrative technician, who will be handling the graphics. We thank you for being here, and we extend a warm welcome. To avoid disruptions, we ask that you turn your cell phones off or put them in a silent mode. And on the front table, you will find a reference copy of each application package, including they're available on the internet, and including a staff report for each case before us this evening. I recommend that if you have not seen your particular case, that you take a look at it up front and take a copy of that reference copy before your case is called. We also ask that you kindly return that copy to the table after you've reviewed it so others may have the ability to also review the case. And as I've said, they're also available on the internet, the full reports. The board's powers are prescribed by the Code of Virginia and are set out in further detail in the county zoning ordinance adopted by the county board. The Board of Zoning Appeals does not have the power to rezone property or to amend the regulations set forth in the ordinance. That authority rests with the county board. The board does have the authority to do 3 things. Number 1, we can approve use permits that allow modifications of placement requirements for structures on 1 and 2 family lots where there is no option in the zoning ordinance to allow such modifications. 2, we can grant variances from the specific requirements of the zoning ordinance. And 3, we can decide appeals of the decisions of the zoning administrator. When approving use permits, the Board of Zoning Appeals may impose conditions that it deems necessary in the public interest, including limiting the duration of the use permit. And in order to approve a use permit, the law requires that the board find that the proposal meet conditions that the use permit will not. And that the proposal will not, A, adversely affect the health or safety of persons residing in the neighborhood, B, will not be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to the property or improvements in the neighborhood, and C, will not be in conflict with the purposes of the master plans and land use and zoning related policies of the county. Now, to do this, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall consider whether the modification will promote compatibility of development with the surrounding neighborhood because the structure's overall footprint, size, and placement are similar to the structures on the property surrounding the lot in question, and whether the modification will help preserve natural landform, historical features, and/or significant trees and foliage. When granting variances, the burden of proof is on the applicant to prove by a preponderance of the evidence that it meets the following criteria. 1, the strict application of the ordinance would unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property, or that granting the variance would alleviate a hardship due to a physical condition relating to the property or improvements thereon, and the property for which the variance is being requested was acquired in good faith and any hardship was not created by the applicant. Also, that the variance granted will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property and nearby properties in the proximity of the geographic area, and that the condition or situation of the property concerned is not of so general or recurring nature as to make reasonably practicable the adoption of an amendment to the ordinance. And that granting the variance will not result in a use that is not otherwise permitted on the property or change the zoning classification of the property. And finally, that the relief or remedy obtained through the variance is not available through a special exception process as provided for under the zoning and or subdivision ordinance. When deciding appeals of the zoning administrator, the board must use its judgment to determine if the administrator was correct. This evening, cases will be called and a brief staff report will be given and a recommendation will be given. Following that, board members will ask any questions of the staff that they may have. And next, applicants or their representatives will be given an opportunity to make comments to support the application or appeal. If they choose to make a comment, they must come forward to the podium so their comments can be recorded for the record. Next, all speakers for the item will be called. Speakers must fill out a speaker slip, which is available on the table, which actually is available on the corner by the clerk. After we hear from speakers for and against the proposal, the board may permit the applicant a brief opportunity to clarify any points. The board may ask questions of any speakers, but does not permit and will not condone any cross-examination or direct questioning by others. We have deemed the following time limits for speakers to be sufficient: 20 minutes for appeals, 5 minutes for applicants of use permits and variances. We have deemed 3 minutes for representatives of organizations and 2 minutes for individuals as sufficient time. After the board has gathered all the information we need and discussed the case, we will decide the matter by voting on a motion duly made and seconded. A majority is needed to approve any motion. Any appeal from a decision of this board must be made to the Circuit Court of Arlington County in accordance with state law. After your case of interest is heard, you're welcome to stay for the remainder of the session or leave at your convenience. Again, thank you all for being here, and ask Mr. Rissy to please call the first case.
Case number V-11331-17-UP1 is a use permit request by Sylvester Goldula and Elda Goldula, the owners, to allow a setback of 5 feet to the wall of a detached accessory building, 4 feet to the eaves, instead of 25 feet to the wall, 21 feet to the eaves, from both the Arlington Boulevard right-of-way and the North Fillmore Street right-of-way, and to permit a structure between 3 feet and 10 feet high within the triangle for vision clearance at the corner of the lot, regarding a new one-story detached accessory building on a lot with 3 right-of-way frontages, the R6 zoning district, premise known as 1 North Fenwick Street. Staff recommends that the board adopt the proposed resolution denying the use permit request. 2 additional proposed resolutions have been provided if the board should decide to approve the request.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of staff?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Mr.
Owens.
Rissy, why did you provide 2 alternative resolutions this time as opposed to the usual 1 or 0?
So the 2 alternative resolutions, one is approval as advertised with everything they would like. The second alternative resolution is the closest comparable setback that we could find in the surrounding area. So not the full request that they made, but a partial request.
Does staff support that one?
Yes.
Okay, so you're suggesting denial for as advertised, but there is a version that you could support, which is included in the packet.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
I have an additional question, but I'll defer to my colleague.
Ms. Malice?
One follow-up on that point. So would we need to see different drawings for your alternative?
That would be up to the board to decide whether they thought that the movement was simple enough or whether they thought it would require additional drawings.
Thank you. Any further questions of staff?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Owens.
There are a number of individuals who live in an apartment complex across the street, across Fillmore Street from the proposed project. By what method would those residents be expected to learn that we were having this meeting tonight?
So I will let the applicant speak to their own outreach, but I will note that for this particular case, staff sent out 77 letters to surrounding neighbors, which I think would therefore not just include a building owner if it is an apartment. It seems like it may be condos. But we got 77 letters out to adjacent neighbors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions of staff? Hearing none, either Sylvester and or Elda Godolja. Welcome.
Good evening, Your Honors. I'm here again just to find a solution for the garage, to build in the garage. And I'm okay with any alternative proposed by the county, alternative proposed resolution. And you know that my lot is very big for the zone that is, but it's called R6, and the corner that I want to build the garage is the only place where can I build it, because there is not any other place. And the picture is very old there. There are so many trees where I want to build the garage. There are county trees, like right on the property line. And there are then my trees. There are a lot. So the garage, where I want to build the garage behind the trees. So barely you can see the garage on the summertime. I am like 55 because I did the Dominion surveyor lately, and I noticed that I am 55 feet from Arlington County Boulevard, Arlington Boulevard, and I am 7 feet far away from the trail. So building the garage, I will not affect, I don't think it will affect the visibility, and because there are trees there already. And the trees are like 6 feet from the property line, 5.5 feet from the property line. So it would be great to have a garage. And the main reason that I want to build a garage, the streets there are always very busy. Even there are one-way parking allowed, both ways. I have some picture here that I got during the days, and both sides of the street are busy. And to go in home and don't find parking is a little bit hard. I have some picture here if you are interested to see it.
We'll take them. Thank you.
You can pass them to, oops, you can pass them to her. Oh, I think this is a set. Where is this? I think this is a set. Or these two are the same.
And the last picture is like the corner where I want to build the garage, behind the trees. I don't want to move the trees because I want them to be there.
Thank you. Anything else?
Nope.
Questions? Ms. Malice?
Did I understand you to say that you are all right with the staff alternative recommendations?
Yes.
At 6.5 feet?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the applicant? I don't think we've received any speaker slips. Mr. Owens.
I have an additional question for staff. As the applicant mentioned, there's some gigantic trees on the property line, and if those are county trees and they shelter the bike path, I wonder if our folks, our county arborist or other responsible official has an opinion about whether or not this project would endanger the health of those trees.
So, I got your question earlier, but I reached out to the county arborist. They didn't offer a opinion on the matter. They did say, and I'm sorry I didn't have time to print this, a garage on the southwest side of the site would impact the county and VDOT trees. I believe the corner may be in question there. They recommend that the applicant have a certified arborist provide a plan showing the trees on the site, how their critical root zones would be impacted, and how the trees will be replaced if impacted too greatly.
Thank you.
So let me try to describe my understanding of what you just said. That there is some concern on the county's part about trees, and that the county would like for the applicant to demonstrate via an arborist whether the trees would be impacted by construction.
Correct.
Okay. but they didn't say that they're opposed to any construction on that side of the lot.
Also correct.
I have a clarification for that. County,
Pardon?
I have
Did
a-
you have, well, let me ask, have you consulted an arborist?
No,
Probably not, okay.
because the county trees are too far from the place where I have to put the garage.
Would you
because
have
are
a
my
problem,
trees
let me
there.
ask you this, would you have a problem involving an arborist to provide a report with respect to the trees
No,
if you were granted the right to construct a garage?
no,
Okay.
yeah,
So that would be a condition if it were imposed that you would be comfortable complying with.
okay.
Any further questions of the applicant or staff? If not, the chair would entertain a motion. Mr. Melnick?
Yeah, I have a clarification. So this determination of the impact of trees, would there be other further conditions if there were impacts that the county would put through on a building permit to protect trees? Or how would that work?
I believe the board could make a condition that any trees that need to be removed based off of the arborist report should be replaced in this manner you see fit.
But further, if I might, Mr. Melnick, the county also, it seemed to imply that they were concerned about the roots. So would conditions like silt fencing or buffer zones for construction around, with respect to trees be conditions that would facilitate the development and preserve the trees?
Yes.
Ms.
Mr. Chairman.
Malice?
Sorry, go ahead.
Would a condition basically from us that the applicant would be required to take whatever steps to protect the trees, the arborist or the county agree to, something like that?
That can work.
Mr. Owen?
I mean, my attitude is I'm willing to approve the proposal as advertised, so long as the trees aren't harmed. If I were assured that the trees aren't harmed, what I'm concerned about is whether or not we have the information tonight to craft a condition that will give us that assurance.
Couldn't it be a prophylactic condition?
Well, I mean, I hear where you're headed, right? I would feel more comfortable personally with a deferral. And again, I've stated my view, right? I'm ready to approve even as advertised if the only issue is the tree health in my mind. And in fact, if we get an arborist that says they're going to be fine, we're okay. But taking down these trees or replacing them, I don't think is a viable option.
Probably not.
I don't want to remove any trees there.
Well, they're on county property anyway, so that would be a problem with respect to removal. I think it's the protection of them that the county is concerned about.
Yeah.
Because they didn't express, from what I heard, any concern with respect to accessing them for maintenance or the path. So
Just the health.
it sounds like their only concern was that during the course of construction, that they not be adversely impacted.
So I mean, the thing that would make me most comfortable is just to have an application in front of us that has the plan for how the tree's health is going to be preserved and approve it with that plan. That would be what would make me the most comfortable.
Okay. Did you understand what Mr. Owen just described?
Yes,
And they're arborists, professionals who would come to your site, look at it with respect to the building plan that you have, and issue a report, write a report about both how construction could adversely affect and what would be necessary to prevent that adverse effect. Would that be something that you'd be comfortable providing before our action, say in the next,
30 days?
yeah, and in the next 30, before the next meeting? May 23rd, I think is the date.
yes, I can try to do it. I don't know.
You might get exactly what you request.
Yes, it doesn't matter. I just want to build that garage. So if you need that report, I can get to the professional and do it. But because all the neighborhood, we maintain all the property that is in front of my house, county properties. that is in my house, in front of my house. So we'll do that. And I didn't see any because we just clean it and everything. County is not doing that for us because we'll do it for county. And we pay a fee for every 3 months for that, so on the neighborhood. And we don't see any risk for the tree. Anyway, I'm not professional, but the garage is close to my trees. It's very far from the county trees. The
Yes.
county trees, they start far from the garage. They're not.
Let me interrupt you
And I don't want to
ask-
move even my trees because I like it.
He said the county said was their concern on the southwest corner, which is the corner where you want to put, essentially, if you made your lot quadrants, that quarter is where, in general, where you want to put the garage. Now, you don't want to put it right next to where the trees are. It's some distance away, but it's not on the northeast corner. It's on the northwest corner. So that was their concern, and therefore, what Mr. Owen has suggested is that you obtain a report from an arborist that describes what would be necessary to preserve the trees in the event of construction and provide that, which would then become a part of the permanent record.
Okay.
So,
Ms. Malice?
so the problem with us doing something tonight is that it's to your disadvantage as well, because the arborist could come in and say, here's things that need to be done to protect the trees, and they may be things that you're not in agreement with or that you don't want to pay for. And so you should know what the arborist says before you finish the application, because I think the arborist report then would go back to the county.
It would become a part of our...
And the county would look at what the arborist report and then would develop any other recommendations, if, based on the arborist report.
And the BZA could decide that something was unreasonable that the arborist was asking for and let you do it anyway.
I think it's to your advantage if you can, if you can live with that delay to get this out on the table so that everybody, you and the county and we all know what you might be required to do.
Okay.
The chair would be happy to entertain a motion.
So the question is, can you retain an arborist in time for the next meeting?
Yes. Yeah, I will ask.
Do we need to re-advertise?
It would be a special advertisement. The advertisement for May has already gone out. The first version ran this Wednesday. Second advertisement will run next Wednesday. We can probably add this to that second one and then do a special as well.
Are you willing to?
You tell me where to put it.
We may have other deferrals tonight also, so that might be something that is possible. It may not be a one-off, in other words.
Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Madam Freshman.
Just in terms of other deferrals too, I mean, we're already pushing the envelope to do May. I personally don't think that makes sense. I think it should be June so that the applicant has time to get the report, the county has time to review it, it can be properly advertised, and new motions drafted for various contingencies.
What's the date of the June meeting?
June
20th.
June 20th. Will you be in town on June 20th?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I move to defer this item to the June 20th meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Mr. Owen, seconded by Ms. Malice. Any further discussion?
Just that you might want to read the citation.
Oh, in the matter of V-11331-17-UP1, I move that my motion was to defer to the June 20th meeting.
And it was seconded by Ms. Malice. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to defer to June 20, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it, and the matter is deferred. And if you have any questions about what's needed, just contact Mr. Reese.
I have that last question. If I get the report before, so let's say the first week, starting tomorrow, can I be for May?
No,
meeting?
because the advertisement has gone out, and it really is better that we have a full advertisement, and not necessarily one just for your case, because those are costs that the county has to incur.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good night.
Please call the next case.
Case number V-10888-14-UP-5 is a use permit request by Elaine Kaputska, the owner, to permit a setback of 10 feet to the eve of a new third-floor addition from the 21st Road North right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required, and to permit a building in excess of 2.5 stories within 25 feet of a street right-of-way regarding a new third-story addition above the existing second-story walls in the R5 zoning district, premise known as 4133 21st Road North. Staff recommends that the board adopt the proposed motion to withdraw the subject use permit application per the applicant's request.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reese. Any questions? Hearing none. Madam Freshman.
Noting that there were 11, count them, 11 deferrals on this and generated a lot of comment, I move that in the case of V10888-14-UP5, withdrawal of the case as requested.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Ms. Freshman and seconded by Ms. Malice that we accept the withdrawal of this matter. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it, and this long-standing matter is withdrawn. I was,
The application actually made.
2015?
It's 14 on the citation.
Okay. Please call the next case.
Case number V-11344-17-UP-2 is a use permit request by Castlewood Investments, LLC, the owner, to permit a setback of 18.2 feet to the wall of an addition instead of 25 feet as required from the South Joyce Street right-of-way regarding a new 98.01 square foot two-story addition with outside eaves as well as by right second-story addition on a corner lot in the R5 zoning district, premise known as 1001 17th Street South. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
One question, Mr. Rissy. You skipped 339?
I apologize. This case is
We know these applicants, and I know they don't want to get pushed back to the back.
case number V-11339-17-UP1, which is a use permit request by Gerald Woodruff, the owner, to permit a 4-foot-high fence instead of 3 feet within the 25-foot triangle required for vision clearance on the front left corner of the property, and to permit a 6-foot-high fence instead of 4 feet as required within 3 feet of the South Ives Street right-of-way regarding the existing fence with permit issued in error and rescinded by zoning staff on a corner lot in the R5 zoning district, premise known as 839 20th Street South. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you very much. Any questions of staff?
I'm just noting that staff was able to obtain a professional opinion from DES on the safety, on the question of whether there's any safety concern at this intersection.
Correct.
That's now part of our packet.
Correct.
All right.
Yes, thank you. Any further questions of staff? If not, Mr. Woodruff?
We don't have any questions for staff. Was that the question?
No, we
Okay.
have no questions for staff. Do you have any?
No, we don't have any more. Now it's the applicant.
Yeah. I don't have any questions. I mean, I don't have any
Comments?
comment. I just, yeah.
Well,
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Melnick?
if there's no other
The
speakers,
matter's with the board.
yeah, I'd like to make a motion.
I'd like you to make it.
Okay. In case V-1133917-UP3, I would move that the Arlington Board of Zoning Appeals grant the use permit with the conditions as stated on the resolution.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved by Mr. Melnick, seconded by Ms. Freshman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of granting the motion to approve signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The matter is approved.
Thank you very much.
Okay, take care. Thank you. Now,
This is case V-11344-17-UP-2, which is the use permit request by Castlewood Investments LLC. The owner to permit a setback of 18.2 feet to the wall of an addition instead of 25 feet is required from the South Joyce Street right-of-way regarding a new 98.01 square foot two-story addition with outside eaves, as well as a by right second-story addition on the corner lot in the R5 zoning district, premise known as 1001 17th Street South. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached resolution granting the use permit request with conditions. And please note that there is supplemental material for this case that came in after the application packet was assembled and printed, and it is an additional letter of support from the applicant.
thank you very much, Mr. Rissy. I do note the receipt of this additional letter and support. Any questions of staff? Hearing none, I don't have a speaker slip for a representative of Castlewood Investments, and I presume that you would, if you would just complete a speaker slip and provide it after your presentation.
Yes. It's Brian Morris, sole member of Castlewood Investment. As outlined in the package, we are looking to construct an addition, but within the confines of the existing footprint. And we are looking to, again, complement the neighborhood as far as the development and design of the addition.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the applicant?
Just, you
Malice?
identified yourself as a member of Castlewood.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, we have this affidavit that you're the sole member.
Yes, I said sole member.
Member manager.
Okay. And Mr. Navarro is not associated with your organization?
Not with Castlewood. We have a joint venture. He's an interest holder in the property, but Castlewood is the sole owner.
And I think this might have been a question that we had with respect to,
Last time, Mr. Navarro's interest was not disclosed on the disclosure, and now the nature of Mr. Navarro's interest is disclosed
yes,
on the disclosure, so that issue is resolved.
thank you. Any further questions of the applicant? Hearing none? Be happy to entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Malice?
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached proposed resolution approving use permit V11344-17-UP-2, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. It's been moved by Ms. Malice, seconded by Ms. Freshman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to approve signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it, and the matter is granted. If you just complete that speaker slip for our file.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Please call the next case.
Next case is V-11357-18-UP1. It's a use permit request by Susan Surzik, owner, to permit a setback of 18 feet to the front porch, 17.75 feet to the eave instead of 21 feet to the porch, 19.5 feet to the eave from the South Garfield Street right-of-way as required regarding a new front porch in the R6 zoning district, premise known as 316 South Garfield Street. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the staff?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Owen?
I seem to recall reading in past staff reports that it was asserted maybe that there's a general county board policy in favor of unenclosed front porches. Am I just imagining that, or do we have a policy in favor of that?
So we don't have an explicit county board policy regarding it. County board has created the ordinance whereby unenclosed porches with no building over them are the ones on the front of the structure, are the ones that make a property eligible for the additional density. And so they incentivize those porches, I would say. We have some county zoning guidance regarding that matter I can share with you, but it isn't necessarily a county board policy.
So there's an implicit but not explicit policy in favor of such porches.
I would say that is
Incentive.
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, in Susan Syriac, anything to add?
No, we have nothing to add, and my neighbors are really excited about the porch.
Well, that's, porches make good neighbors. Any questions of the applicant, Mr. Owen?
I do. Did you give us feedback from your neighbors at 320 to your one side or 315 across the street from you?
You have in your packet a letter from my neighbor on the right side, 320.
Okay. And what about 315?
315, they are renters, and I believe the property is owned by the synagogue, and I wasn't quite sure how to get in touch with them, so I didn't request feedback. I did ask the renters, but I don't think that's what you want. You want from the owners, right?
Did you talk to the renters?
I did talk to the renters, but I only got the email 2 days ago, so they didn't. I asked them to stick a letter in my door. They're in support of it, but I have no.
Verbally, they support.
They verbally support it, yes.
Was that Wayne Kofer's house?
No, Wayne Kofer's house is, that would be 311,
Oh, okay.
but we all use the pool still.
Years ago, we were good friends. I used to swim over there all the time.
No, we all have keys to the house and use the pool, yeah. It's a very friendly street.
Okay, yeah, yep. Okay.
So maybe we need to do a better job getting the word out that we do care about whoever
Outreach.
lives there, whether they own or rent.
And actually, Mr. Owen, I was reading I read completely the website for the county with respect to the BZA, and it does say that. It does mention outreach to renters also. But often applicants don't really, or perceive it as being important. And renters make good neighbors too.
Yes, they do.
And the
Ms.
synagogue
Malice?
just presumed that they
Received written notification of the change.
The owner did.
It's the synagogue.
If it's a synagogue, they did. Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, though, for adding that. Anything more?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion if I could.
Oh,
I defer.
okay, Mr. Melnick.
Okay. So I also wanted to compliment you on the design. I think it's a great looking porch, and I'm a huge fan of porches. So it's my pleasure to make a motion that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting the use permit request with the conditions as stated. And that's in case V1135718UP1.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Mr. Melnick and seconded by Ms. Freshman that we adopt the motion approving the use permit in this case. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it, and the matter is granted. Thank you. Please call the next case.
Case number V-11358-18-UP-1 is a use permit request by Gang K. Nugent and Tam T. Doe, the owners, to permit a setback of 11 feet to the wall, 9.8 feet to the eave of an addition from the South Fillmore Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet to the wall, 21 feet to the eave as required, and to permit a setback of 6 feet to the wall of an addition and a new porch instead of 8 feet to the wall and new porch as required from the side property line, and to permit an aggregate side setback of 17 feet instead of 18 feet as required regarding a new front porch and 2.5-story addition on a corner lot in the R6 zoning district, premise known as 2900 2nd Street South. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Freshman.
Does it remain true as in the staff report that there's no outreach, no feedback? Because we didn't have any additional materials either.
I don't believe so.
Okay, we'll ask the applicant.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Owen?
It appears that this application proposes to reorient the front of the house from Fillmore Street to Second Street. Is that something that staff, is that something that you would all consider when you're considering an application? If someone's reorienting the way a house faces, does that matter at all for your evaluation?
No. In short, the front for the zoning analysis is based on the orientation of the lot, irregardless of which side the door of the structure is on. So that doesn't change even if they change.
You're concerned the front of the house is Second Street the whole time?
The front of the lot, I'll say.
Lot, right, got it.
Important distinction, thank you.
Well, and the address can actually,
That's a mailing.
As well.
That's really a product of the Postal Service.
agreed.
So
Ms.
zoning
Malice?
is indifferent to whether the house orients to the front of the lot.
Correct.
Any further questions of staff? If not, we would like to hear from Ms. Nguyen or Mr. Doe, or Mr. Doe and Ms. Nguyen.
Yes, Mr. Nguyen and Mrs. Doe.
Welcome.
Thank you.
You heard the question with respect to both the orientation.
Can you repeat again, please? I didn't hear it clear in the back.
You intend to put the front of the house, the front door, on, well, it's on Second, I mean, it's on Fillmore right now.
Yeah, we're going to change it to the front of the house on the Second Street.
Okay.
And what about the feedback?
And more importantly, what efforts were made by you to contact your surrounding neighbors and ask them whether your design was okay with them?
I talked to a few of them. The house in the back of mine, which is 304 on Fillmore, and he agreed with me, and he wished me luck on building the house. And I talked to the...
What is their name?
Marcus McLaurin or something.
One behind you?
The one 304.
You said,
Marcus.
okay.
Yeah.
And then 2906 to your left?
To the left is a couple. He named me Bob. He rented that house from an owner. I think the owner in Florida. Mm-hmm. We only saw them a few times for.
Did you talk to Bob?
I talked to Bob, and he agreed with me. He supports me. And a few of the neighbors, they saw the poster on the street, and they stopped by. They talked to me, and they congratulated me, and they wished me all the luck on the hearing.
And across Second Street, did you talk to those folk?
I talked to one couple on the corner lot in front of my house. Yeah. They have 2 children, and they okay with the renovation and everything too. I didn't talk to the house on the left-hand side because I didn't see them at all. And I talked to the...
About across Fillmore.
Yeah, across to, no, on the Second Street.
You didn't talk to them?
I didn't talk to them. I talked to the couple on the 304 on Fillmore. They very close to us, and they say that they can support us everything they, you know.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Mr. Owens?
I'll just observe that this is a very significant add-on to the house, and it's in a very prominent part of the neighborhood. It's even for a corner lot, it's especially prominent. Mm-hmm. And right now, the house is very similar in scale to its next-door neighbor, and the renovation will make it very dissimilar. However, across the street from this lot on the 3 other corners are much larger structures.
That's true.
So I guess I would just say that, no written feedback at all from any neighbor is unusual for us at the BZA. And I would, for such a large and substantial change, I would feel a lot more comfortable if we had better written feedback from neighbors to make sure that we have seen and heard about all the issues that may be present here. It's also an unusual lot, and a lot of times neighbors will bring questions to our attention that we wouldn't have thought of not living in the neighborhood.
That's true. Thank you. What is your reaction to what Mr. Owen just said?
If you say like that, I can get some letter from all the neighbor and bring it back to you for your comfort and you're comfortable with it. That's no problem with me.
Okay.
Can you wait till May?
That's very helpful. Thank you. Again, I think we run into the same advertisement issue with respect to if we put it on the May docket, it wouldn't be advertised. There would be the requirement for a special advertisement.
Mr. Chairman,
Malice.
is this an issue at every meeting now, that we can't defer for 30 days?
It's, and I guess it seems like the advertisement might have been a little early because our May meeting, is that the 4th? Or is it the 23rd? Is that the 4th?
I will say our new policy is to have the deadline for applications 2 months ahead of the hearing, the first advertisement 1 month ahead of the hearing, and then...
I do remember staff talking about a more predictable schedule for that. I think it's even advertised on the webpage.
Yeah.
Because there was that overlap.
We shrank the lead
So I
time.
guess it's going to be 2 months almost every time. Ms. Malice.
So is there, other than, I hate to, if we hang you up until June, is that a problem? Were you ready to go, or?
The problem is not it's up to you guys. It's not up to me. All my builder is waiting for this to approve to start the project, and also the house is very old, and because the windy last few weeks ago, the roof is a little bit come up already, and the water start to leak into the house. I didn't fix it yet because I'm waiting for the hearing before I can do anything.
Fix it if you're going to do
to
a huge
tear it
treatment.
off anything. So it's up to you guys to give me time to do this.
The problem is with respect to advertisement, we have to advertise. These go on, by law, this has to be advertised to the public.
I understand.
And so, almost out of necessity, we have to go 2 months from now in order to facilitate the advertisement.
To June 20th?
So, that's where we are. The chair would entertain a motion. Mr. Owen?
But I'll just make an observation to Mr. Nugent that there are 7 parcels immediately around your parcel. So the immediate neighbors and then the across the street neighbors. So I count 7 parcels. So if you can get just a written petition or a letter or an email from each of those, and if it's renters, try to get the renters. Staff can tell you the address, the tax address to write to try and write a letter to the owners and maybe get feedback from them. But just if we could the ideal would be to get feedback from all 7. Sometimes that can't happen, but as many as possible would be the goal.
Problem.
Mr. Chairman, in case V-11358-18-UP1, case V-11358-18-UP1, I move that the BZA defer this item to the June 20th agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thanks. Been moved by Mr. Owen, seconded by Ms. Malice to defer this matter to June to obtain neighbor feedback. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. This matter is deferred. Thank you very much for your patience.
And thanks to the applicant for being willing to do that neighbor outreach. That's very helpful.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next case.
Case number V-11359-18-VA-1 is a variance request by Frederick and Christina Haddad, owners to permit a main building footprint of 31.7% instead of 28% as allowed for a single-family dwelling with a qualifying front porch in the R8 zoning district, and to permit a lot coverage of 38.6% instead of 38% as allowed for a single-family dwelling with a qualifying front porch in the R8 zoning district regarding the rear addition of a rear screen porch to an existing building in the R8 zoning district premise known as 6419 29th Street North. And staff recommends that the board adopt the attached resolution denying the variance request. An alternative resolution has been provided should the board decide to grant the variance.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of staff right now?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Melnick?
So I noticed on the staff report it has an erroneous address, and I didn't know if that affects anything, like if the advertisements went out correctly. Or if there's
Advertisements went out correctly. The motion has the address correctly. That's just the location.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any further questions of staff?
I do.
Mr.
So there's some discussion in the staff report on the question of I want to use the right word, the practicability of crafting an ordinance that affects the general situation. And I think staff's interpretation of that in the proposed finding in the resolution, as well as the discussion in the staff report, struck me as unexpected. So I wanted to see if you could talk a little bit more about what staff understands that criterion to be about.
So I would say that I don't think we're interpreting this differently than you've proposed. It is just that we think that the situation, as we see it, is not so general or reoccurring that the situation could easily be remedied, in part because we think that the situation is so general and reoccurring that it has recently, and I use recently, I guess, loosely here, more recently been addressed than other parts of the zoning ordinance when they added these lot coverages.
So my assumption in that part of the state code is that the emphasis is on the general and recurring part of it, right? If this is a situation where there's lots and lots of similar situations, then the code is implying that that would be the kind of thing that you could design one-size-fits-all rule that fits all these many similar situations. Whereas if the situation is idiosyncratic and you'd have to write a rule that would only affect 1 or 4 properties throughout the whole county, then it would not be practicable. And to me, they're related questions. But you've brought in this notion of, well, even if it affects, and the reason and the impact is that BZAs are not supposed to grant variances for things that happen a lot. We're supposed to grant variances where things are unusual. And so what it seems like you said is, well, the situation may in fact be very typical, but we just did a zoning ordinance change on it. And so it's not practicable to do 2 in a row, even if it affects thousands of properties each time. And that was what I wasn't clear about what exactly, if that's what you were saying, and then whether or not that's a new interpretation on staff's part.
So I don't think it's a new interpretation. I think that what we are trying to convey is that the situation is so general and reoccurring that it was part of the recent changes, and the situation here is not so unique as to make reasonably practical, or not so general as to make reasonably practical new changes to that.
So, may I follow up?
Ms. Malice?
So why in this instance, did you feel like you had to make that statement? Because it seems like that's the case always.
I think we've used this statement for a while. In all honesty,
But it,
this is my staff report, but I will say I may have picked this up from earlier case.
If you left that whereas out, there would be no consequence.
Correct. I mean, to be granted the variance, they need to meet all of the criteria. So even if you struck that whereas entirely, they don't meet all of the criteria, so.
Because it struck me as that's the condition in every situation where we would potentially deny a variance, that it's general and that there's no legislative solution in the wings. Whether it's because we recently did one, or whether it's because that we don't want to change that policy. Trying to think it through.
I feel better informed now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. Thank you, Ms. Malice. Any further questions of staff? If not, Frederick and Christina Haddad. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. We have a PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Hand that off to Michelle.
Maybe either Michelle or Blake, can you assist in the ingestion of his power? Thank you very much. Okay, good. Just
To the clerk.
just give them all. She'll pass them all across. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cabero. Ms. Rogers.
Oh, no name.
Yeah.
Tell me it's 5 minutes.
It's set up, doesn't it? It's not included. Oh, you're talking about the length of PowerPoint. We're hopeful that you can accomplish going through your PowerPoint in 5 minutes.
We'll try to go quickly. Yeah. Well, thank you for the opportunity, and
Thank
I think
you.
we're both going to present, and we might interrupt each other once in a while. But we believe that the 2 points that we need.
First, announce who you are specifically.
Sure, I'm Fred Haddad.
Thank you.
And Christine Haddad.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
We changed the slide.
We'll ask them.
Okay.
So our understanding is that there are 2 points that we need to, either one of two statements that we need to meet. One is that would the strict application of the terms of the ordinance unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property? And to that, we believe the answer is yes. Or would the granting of the variance alleviate a hardship? And we believe that the answer to that is yes as well. And we put this presentation together to demonstrate that. Just with minor adjustments to the footprint allowance and the maximum lot coverage, we would remove the restriction. In the report, it states that if we were to go to, for the footprint, 31.7% versus the allowed 28%, that's a change of 3.7%. We feel that's relatively small. And then also for the lot coverage, the allowed is 38%, and we would need to go to 38.6%. So the difference is 0.6%. We think that's a relatively small amount. Now, the area where we want to put the porch, the screened-in porch, is subject to certain hardships. It's a sloped yard. It floods very frequently. Because of all the yards that kind of come down into our yard, we're lower elevated. We get a lot of water. There's water retention, and there's a lot of mosquitoes that breed in that area. And during the summer, it is in the direct sunlight, and it gets very, very hot out there. So that patio is really not used that much. It's used a little bit in the spring, used a little bit in the fall, but during the summer, it's not used. And, the porch would help alleviate that hardship. In addition, we have a rain garden in the backyard, which really restricts the use of the backyard. If you look at where it's located, the sloped area really restricts it by the backyard use by 25 to 33%. And we tried to move that rain garden, but we can't. There's a sewer easement in the front. The soil conditions don't permit it. We have the soil report there for you as well in the packet.
Yeah, the soil report came back that the soil in the front yard where we wanted to move the rain garden, we were unable to do so, and there's also county setbacks now with new regulations that we couldn't move the rain garden. So with the rain garden there and this big sewer easement with the sewer grate, that's really a third of our property in the backyard that we can't use for a patio.
So that's the first point. And then the second point are the hardships. Would granting of the variance alleviate a hardship? And again, the hardships are the same ones that we mentioned. The one that we want to add is the privacy. And we have pictures in the presentation. You can see all the surrounding houses look into our backyard. They're all elevated higher than our backyard. And they can look into the backyard and into our kitchen and into our family room. So at night, when you're walking around, you know that all the neighbors are watching you, and putting the screened-in porch would really alleviate that hardship as well. If we could go to the next slide. So these are some of the hardships. Please go to the next slide. So the sewer easement, it's on the right side of the property, and we did want to make better use of that by moving that rain garden so we could put a sports court for the kids, but we're unable to do that for the reasons that we described. If we can go to the next slide, I think we're running out of time.
So this is some of the flooding you'll see that we have in that area. In the swell, that's the rain garden. The next slide, please. Next. That just really goes into the topography again. The development in the rear of our house is really increased. There's flooding in the patio that we already have that's existing. The house behind us has been torn down. I think that's on the next slide.
Next slide, yeah. So that you can see that house was torn down. That happened after we moved in. And then if you go to the very last slide, you can see the new house that was put up there. And they're always looking in on us, and they can see everything we do. So if you go back a few slides, you can see the rain coming in from all our neighbors too. Please go back a little further,
Yeah.
Right there, right there. So that's a corner. That's the corner that's close to the rain garden. And we have like 3 other yards that are coterminous with that point. And whenever it rains, all the water comes from the neighborhood and it comes through that area. So whenever there is any kind of a heavy rain, it floods and it's soggy for a week, and there is a pretty big hardship. So having the screened-in porch would really give us much greater use of the backyard. We feel it would help to alleviate.
And, just to reemphasize that our property is unique to others in our area. No one else has the sewer easement. No one else has the sewer grate or the rain garden.
You can finish. You can wrap up.
Okay, and just, it is a unique property. We are an R8, but it is unique to others in our neighborhood. And
there's also, in the front of the yard as well, there's a manhole cover, which, where all the sewer utilities are located under that, and that also prevents us from being able to move.
it's right by the front gate,
Of the rain garden.
in the front of the house, the gate that goes into the front yard.
And we've reached out to all of our neighbors. They're all very supportive. We feel, we've tried to dot every I and cross every T.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Freshman.
Yeah, about your outreach, I looked through some of the emails, and it's just difficult. I think I was only able to identify 2 transmittals that actually had addresses. Like, a lot of people just responded, yay, we like it, to your email. So if you could clarify some of the addresses on the map.
In our packet, in our original application, on item 5, we listed their addresses.
Oh, here, okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Malice?
Did you consider designs that would keep you within the lot coverage? Did you consider designs for your porch that would keep you within the lot coverage?
I think it's,
Lot coverage, I forget that there's the lot coverage and there's the, one of them is.
Building footprint. Did you consider
I
designs
think we'd have to go over on both of them
because
we're so close on.
No, but did you consider making your porch smaller so that you wouldn't need to come before BZA?
I think we had to because of the size.
Could you have made it a smaller
We
porch?
could have, like, I understand what you're saying, because the allowed lot coverage is 38, and we're at 38.6.
Right.
You know, we tried to stay within that, but then I guess this is what came back from the architect when they drew it. I mean.
But we
it's
would
a
have had to
slight-
come over for the footprint, though, because we're still going to be over on
The
footprint.
footprint we couldn't avoid. But I think that we could have, you know, we are slightly over on the lot coverage and maybe a smaller, I think that's a valid question.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we tried to stay within the lot coverage, and then once we got the architectural drawings back, this is what it was.
Was your architect aware that you were over?
They were.
Yes,
They
yeah.
didn't offer anything at this time? Okay.
Let me ask staff, these percentages are very small, so I'm wondering, let's try to put into context what dimensions we're talking about, how many inches difference we're talking about in terms of the coverage of the...
So I think the most important measurement here is the main building footprint coverage. When we calculated it for the staff report, page 2, we got 27.91% existing coverage, and the allowable is 28%. So they really don't have the ability to make it smaller and still meet that number because they are 0.09% away currently.
Thank you. Any further questions of the applicant or staff? Matters with the board? Mr. Melner?
So I would just like to make a comment. So as you may know, the standard is very high for a variance, much more stringent than for a use permit, because you got to show, that enforcing this would unreasonably restrict your use of the property and the improvements, and also an hardship. And those are pretty high standards. And, while it looks like you've put a lot of effort into the design and everything, I just don't think that the standards have been reached for unreasonably restricting the use or alleviating a hardship. So that's where I stand, because there is a patio, it is usable, the house is usable, it's not being unreasonably restricted, and we've seen that before, of course, in many other cases, but that's just where I stand on this.
Ms. Freshman?
I generally agree with that comment, and I think this is one of many cases we've seen where existing houses are removed and ginormous houses are built, and we think from the standpoint of the builders, don't give any thought to the fact that in the future, someone who buys the house might actually want to add a deck or add anything. And so, but it is... The standard is very high, and unfortunately for some of the new construction like this, there's very little that the owners actually have in the way of options for any changes.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Owen?
I agree with my two colleagues who've just spoken. Since I've been on the board, we've gotten a number of these where it's a similar situation where, as you say, a big house has come in right up to the limits of what the law allows, and then even minor modifications become very difficult. I will say that, I think this is for me, this is a closer, more difficult case than some of the ones we've heard before, because you are making a case for why the form of the land that you're on, the nature of the parcel itself, is relevant to how you're thought process is. And so that's, for me, that's the sort of the struggle. I think I don't want you to feel bad about having put worked so hard on this presentation, because I think this was the only case you could possibly make for justifying this. And then the question in my mind is it enough? And I think I have to agree with Mr. Melnick. I don't think it pushes it over the line for me.
And if I might add, the variance and use permit criteria are different. Use permits deal with side yard setbacks. Variances are coverage issues. And when the ordinance was amended to allow for use permits, which is a lower threshold, a lower burden to meet, it was with full knowledge that it was accommodating that change in the law. A relatively recent change in the ordinance here was accommodating the many cases that come to us for side yard setback issues. Lot coverage is one that is, I think, as Ms. Freshman pointed out, with a new house, it is very difficult to look to, when they built right up to the maximum coverage, to come in very soon thereafter for something that goes beyond.
Well,
Sometimes the builders would put in what I call doors to nowhere. And you see with those small, they can't even call it a balcony, but they put in a sliding door, luring a buyer with the thought that, oh, I can put a deck there. Well, of course, the builder knew I built right up to the envelope, to the edge of the envelope, and that it looks attractive and it looks inviting and it looks looks like it's inviting a deck, but you see so many of those also. It is difficult because you have articulated a good basis for the granting of a variance, which is the unusual conditions that lie with the land. Except, as Mr. Melnick pointed out, is it an unreasonable restriction on what you have already? And that's where you have some recreational space in the back. You have a patio, though it is compromised at various times of the year with the water. That may be something you can in part alleviate with regrading, perhaps. And I'm sure you've thought about that and explored it, but that doesn't. It doesn't enclose it, and it doesn't screen it either.
I have 3 kids, and that are going off to high school next year. You want to keep them home. You don't want them off to the neighbor's house or at the Harris Teeter.
Right.
So you're looking for options to keep them home, and
with the West Nile, there are concerns about the transmission of diseases via mosquitoes and all of that.
Would the fact, maybe if I just, where we have the pavers, where the patio exists, it's almost every year that they come loose, they move. We actually put in like a French drain to direct the water towards the rain garden, but there's still, every year we have to spend money to rebuild it, to refix it, because all the water pools right on that patio. It slopes from all 3 sides in the backyard. And the rain garden helps, but it doesn't keep it from flooding.
Let me ask staff a question, though. Can't they put a wooden deck, is it less than 12 inches or less than 24 inches off the ground? Can't they raise the patio with a, yes, I know.
4 feet for lot coverage and 8 inches for setbacks.
Okay, so it's lot coverage, so 4 feet. So they could put a low-level wooden deck. They couldn't enclose it. They couldn't do that. You could practically by right alleviate one of the adverse conditions, the pooling of water, but the screening in, and you're then building a structure.
Just from my education, to us the percentages look very small, and to withhold a project like that, what we're asking for such small percentages doesn't, to us that feels unreasonable to deny us that. Your view is that that's reasonable to deny, to make us to endure this hardship for such a small percentage?
What we're bound by is the law. The circuit court appoints us with a view that we're going to follow the law and then use our discretion where we can in making a judgment as to whether there is an unreasonable restriction on the use. And
Mr. Chairman,
And that is where we're bound up. Mr. Owen?
this is not the first application that we've gotten on this kind of issue, on the coverage issue, where someone has said, oh, it's just a little bit over. But I think that Ms. Freshman identified the core problem,
Yeah.
which is that the county board was making some policy that affected not just appearances, but also the county's infrastructure for what it could support, and a tree canopy and stormwater and all that sort of stuff. And so the county board had a lengthy policymaking process to say, what's the absolute most that could possibly be reasonable, and reach that judgment,
And this has been revisited recently also.
as staff pointed out in the staff report. And so, this is not an oversight that the county boards, didn't realize that the line was going to be drawn in one place and then it was going to be a hard line. That was their specific intention, or at least that's my understanding of the zoning ordinance.
Why
Mr.
why wouldn't the law state that it's a strict line? Why is the word unreasonable? It leaves room for judgment.
It's two different laws.
If, for example, if that would be the application of our discretion in determining whether there is an unreasonable restriction, and say there was if there was absolutely no backyard whatsoever, you just had a sloping hill, that would be an unreasonable restriction if we did not permit some kind of a structure that allowed for an area in the back. That's the way I view it. Others might not actually. They might still see that you have usable area that is, and there is no unreasonable, but it's for that. And when you look at some of the earlier photographs that showed a patio, though at the time of a recent rain it was wet. Well, it's going to get dry at some point, and that's kind of where it is.
But the county board's judgment was some landowners will prefer to have a small house and a big deck, and others will prefer to have a big house and a small deck, and some might prefer to have the biggest possible house and no deck, and that's their freedom to choose. But once they get to the limit, that's the limit they have to work within, and that's sort of the policy judgment that the county board arrived at. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion.
I'll entertain, if there's no further discussion or questions of staff or the applicant, I'll accept that motion. Did you want to make?
Mr. Chairman, in case V-11359-18-VA-1, I move that the county board deny the application.
The BZA.
Yeah, that the BZA deny the application. However, I don't want to adopt the exact language that the staff has proposed. So, using the staff's recommended resolution as the base, I would, in the third whereas clause, rephrase it as, whereas the BZA finds the condition or situation of the property is general or recurring, and an amendment to the ordinance would be practicable as a regulatory response to the applicant's request. Deleting entirely the next whereas clause regarding detriment to adjacent property, and then the rest of this resolution as proposed. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the BZA hereby denies variance case number V-11359-18-VA-1.
Is there a second? Motion made by Mr. Owen, seconded by Ms. Malice. Mr. Rissy, did you get all of that?
I believe I'll be getting some notes.
I'll just read it one more time again, just for the tape. Whereas the BZA finds that the condition or situation of the property is general or recurring, and an amendment to the zone ordinance would be practicable as a regulatory response to the applicant's request. And
you deleted some.
Thank you.
I deleted some of the language to reach that.
And then you deleted the next.
Then the next whereas.
The next whereas clause altogether,
Yes.
the one that says BZA finds that granting the variance would not be detrimental to adjacent properties. Just delete that. Make no comment on that.
Any further discussion? Again, motion made by Mr. Owen, seconded by Ms. Malice. All in favor of the motion to deny signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it, and the matter is denied. And the motion was granted. Please read the next case.
Case number V-11360-18-UP1 is a use permit request by Brandon and Rachel Royster, owners, to permit a setback of 9.6 feet to the wall of an addition, same as existing, from the left side property line instead of 10 feet as required, and a setback of 5.5 feet to a new right side porch instead of 8 feet as required from the side property line, and to permit an aggregate setback of 13.5 feet instead of 18 feet as required regarding a new rear addition and side porch in the R6 zoning district, premise known as 3836 9th Street South. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the staff? Hearing none.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Owen?
I'm prepared to make a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, did we hear from the applicant?
No, we haven't heard yet from the applicant.
All right, well, they can be quick as far as I'm concerned.
Brendan and or Rachel Royster, both of them are, it appears to be here. Welcome. Do you have anything to add to the staff report? Any comments to make?
I don't.
Thank you very much.
No, we have nothing to add. We appreciate the consideration.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Owen.
in the case V-11360-18-UP1, I move the attached resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
I'll
Is there a
second. I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Melnick. Motion made by Mr. Owen, seconded by Mr. Melnick. And for the record, at this moment, Ms. Freshman is out of the room. Hearing no further discussion, all in favor of granting the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it.
Abstain.
4-0 and one abstention.
Thank you.
Absence. Temporary. Thank you. Please call the next case. That was.
Next case is case number V-11361-18-UP1. It's a use permit request by Candace and Joseph Abbey, owners, to permit a setback of 10.9 feet to the wall of an addition, 9.5 feet to the eave, instead of 25 feet to the wall, 21 feet to the eave from the rear property line as required, and to permit a setback of 5 feet to the wall of an addition, 4.5 feet to the eave line instead of 10 feet to the wall, 6 feet to the eave from the right side property line as required, and to permit an aggregate setback of 13.7 feet instead of 18 feet as required regarding a new rear addition in the R6 zoning district, premise known as 4118 23rd Street North. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of staff? Hearing none. Candace and or Joseph Abbey? Do you have anything to add or any comments you want to make?
No, I'm Carter Jones. I'm the architect on the project.
I do have a speaker slip from you.
I just wanted to thank the zoning staff and the board for your consideration. The main objective of this project, or one of the main objectives, was to provide 3 bedrooms upstairs for a family of husband, wife, and 2 kids. And we tried to design it sensitive to the site and keep it at a modest size.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Mr. Jones? Hearing none. I'd be happy to entertain a motion if there are no questions or comments.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Malice? Significant outreach.
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution approving use permit V-11361-18-UP-1, subject to the conditions listed in the proposed resolution found in the staff report.
Thank you very much. Ms. Malice, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Freshman. Moved by Ms. Malice, seconded by Ms. Freshman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of granting the motion in this case signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it, and the matter is granted. Thank you. Please call the next case.
Case number V-11362-18-VA-1 is a variance request by Donald and Christine Perka, owners, to permit a lot coverage of 50% instead of 48% as required for a single-family house in the R6 zoning district with a detached garage and qualifying front porch regarding the addition of a new rear screen porch to an existing building in the R6 zoning district, premise known as 5119 27th Road North. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached resolution denying the variance request, and an alternative resolution has been provided should the board decide to grant the variance.
Thank you very much. questions of staff? Hearing none. Donald and/or Christine Perka?
Actually, Mr. Chair, so was there ever a use permit for the distance from the porch to the garage?
So at the time the applicant made the application, I had recommended that they submit a use permit request as well, based on there being less than 8 feet separation between the proposed screen porch and the garage. But I, in talking with colleagues, discovered that the use permit was not necessary.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, now, Donald and/or Christine Perka, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe you have the information that we submitted as well as the staff report. If I could, unfortunately, I don't have a PowerPoint presentation for you, but if I could just highlight a few key items that I think may not have come through in both of the documents. This lot is unusual in two respects, which was mentioned by the staff report. It is below the minimum size for a lot in R6. It is only 5,264 square feet versus 6,000 square feet, so it's 12% less than the normal lot size. It is also narrower than the minimum required size lot, being only 50 feet versus 60 feet. One of the other points that's made in the staff report and also in our application is that the driveway, a very long driveway that you see on the picture, extends from the road all the way to the detached garage, and that accounts for 17% of the lot coverage in its entirety. That's not 17% of 48, that's 17% of all of it. So it's basically 30% of the allowable lot coverage that we have to work with. It's the narrowness of the lot that makes basically the garage and the long driveway useless. We're unable to actually use the garage for our car. It's something that we didn't appreciate when we first bought the house, but it's impacted our ability to use the lot effectively. I also wanted to point out that there is a provision in section 3.2.5 that says for lot sizes that are below 6,000 square feet, there is an allowance given for the maximum footprint of the building to be in other words, you calculate the maximum building footprint against 6,000 square feet rather than 5,200 square feet. So we are still within the allowance on that. What's unusual is that there is no relief given for maximum lot coverage. And the two are completely related. You cannot increase the maximum building footprint without also increasing your maximum lot coverage. If the same relief was given against the 6,000 square foot lot, we would only be, with the proposed porch expansion, we would only be at 43% versus the limit of 48%. And this, as you can see, this is not a new build. This is an expansion that was done about 12 years ago. We are hopeful to maintain, the historic look of these buildings in Arlington. Most of our neighbors, as also was reflected in the staff report, don't have a similar size lot. This is unusual for this neighborhood. Most others have rebuilt their houses so that they can actually make more effective use of their lot size. We do have strong support from all of our neighbors. There's a letter that's attached. Because the porch will be in the rear of the house, it will have no visual impact to the front. It would only be seen by the neighbors to the rear of our house, all of which have said that they are fully in support of our project. One of the other things to point out is that we did consider options and alternatives to look at how we could get within the 48% based on the relief not being given. Some of those options included looking at a smaller expansion of the porch. Unfortunately, that would only allow for an additional 3 feet expansion and not really increasing the usability of the porch in any given way, so that would not be a cost-effective option. We also looked at what to do about the driveway. If there was a way that we could effectively remove part of the driveway to actually allow us to get under the 48%. The problem that we found, it's not the expense, it's actually the hazard it would cause to our children as well as the younger children that live next door that actually run and play in that area. If you remove part of the driveway, it would actually create a hazard for tripping, and we don't want to create that problem for our neighbors. Thank you.
Okay, anything, enough, we'll have questions. Ms. Malice?
So tell me about the design again. If you were to stay within the limit of what, your porch is now 7 feet 6 inches by 7 feet 6 inches?
No, the porch is currently 15 feet 6 inches by 7 feet. So it's rather long across the back of the house, but it's narrow. So we're looking to basically make the porch more symmetrical so it's a more usable space.
7 feet 6 inches deep.
Correct.
Okay. So what's the depth of the porch if you were to stay within coverage?
So we would go from 7 feet only to 10 feet.
To 10 feet? 7 to?
From 7 feet depth to 10 feet depth. It's just 3 feet additional.
That's bigger.
Correct. We could only expand an additional 3 feet to stay within.
7, and you're saying.
As against the, yes.
You're saying 7.6 is not sufficient for a porch.
It's not sufficient to do anything besides put a couch and a chair. And so we're looking to, if you see from the pictures, we're trying to basically take what is the area where the pavers are and actually put that in the enclosed area so that it can include a table, make it more usable space with the ground floor.
I'm looking at the whole thing. That's larger than a porch. That's more of a room, right?
I would agree with you, and we're trying to avoid having to look at doing a rebuild. This is we think is the most minimalist approach to dealing with what is a small lot and an existing renovation, but it's still a relatively small house.
Any further questions, Ms. Malice?
No, I'm done.
Those were helpful, thank you. Any further questions from the board of the applicant? I'd be happy to entertain a motion then.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Owen?
Because I have a question for staff. If the garage were eliminated, they could do this by right?
I believe that to be sufficient reduction to be
And
the
in
case.
fact, even if the garage were made smaller, they still might be able to do it by right, depending on how small the garage was made.
Possibly.
So, unlike the last one on our agenda tonight, the constraint isn't the land. Well, they are making a constraint about the size of the land, but to me, the principal constraint is that there's an unreasonably large garage. You know, the porch may well be quite reasonable and consistent with what's, the relief that should be available on this property, but we're preserving a garage that doesn't even work for the owners. I noted that just from the overhead plat, I don't know what to call this thing that we get, but the schematic neighborhood diagram, that detached garages seem to be unusual in this neighborhood. So we have an unusually small lot with an unusually large, unusual detached garage, and as a result of this garage, there's not, which is of course at the rear of the property, requiring a driveway to go stretching all the way down the long way of the property, and as a result, now we're at max coverage and a deck doesn't fit anymore. And the applicants addressed this in their written materials, and they said it would be very expensive to make adjustments to the garage, and they'd prefer to avoid that expense. And I think that's a very understandable view on their part. But from the standpoint of, county policy guiding development patterns, it seems to me that the highest and best use for this land, consistent with the county policy of zoning, is have a deck, but don't have this useless portion of the garage in back.
Mr. Chairman, can I add one more thing?
So,
We'll let Mr.
so that's just my, that's my take on what's being presented here. And I appreciate that it, as with these other situations where, the property's built, the property's built out, and then the owners come in, and it's hard, it's expensive and difficult and frustrating to have to deal with these constraints. So I have a lot of sympathy for homeowners that are in that situation, but to me, it seems like under the law, the case is not made for why a variance should be granted.
Do you want to clarify a point, Mr. Perka?
I only wanted to add that is also one of the options we considered, was whether we could tear down the garage, build a small, because it's only a storage shed now. It's not a garage.
A large storage shed.
You can see from the picture, you can't even park a garage in it.
No, I mean, you could come straight in with a small car, but you really can't, you maneuver.
So the point I was going to make is that we did look at this. The cost of tearing the garage down and rebuilding it is actually more than the porch. So it's just cost prohibitive to consider these types of alternatives, and that's why we thought a variance application might make sense.
Well, you may have to revisit that idea. Ms. Freshman.
I can understand the problem and the picture that we're looking at, but I think in the end, the choice is between the room and the garage. And in order to have the room, you have to spend twice as much and get rid of the garage and replace it with a shed, but it's a garage you can't use. And so it in and of itself seems to be holding you back from the way you really want to have your house and use it all the time. So I understand that it's prohibitive, but otherwise it's going to prohibit, that garage is going to prohibit you probably from your room.
Any further discussion?
Is it possible, my last time is, I'm curious why the relief is given on one aspect of percentages to maintain some balance on the lot, but not the other, because they are absolutely related. You cannot improve main building footprint without basically encroaching on lot size.
Yeah, and the substandard lot, I mean, they seem to be at odds with each other. There are areas, I think, in the county ordinance that need to be revisited. I personally think lot coverage is one of them, again, with substandard lots in particular, because you find them all over South Arlington, actually. And we have a lot of cases that come in where they're very reasonable additions that folk want to make, but because they're on substandard lots, they require a variance, and they're really problematic. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Owen?
That's not necessarily a bad point to make. The question is whether or not this body can address that kind of concern. So a couple months ago, we had a couple people come in I think the Ars 2.7 lot. Is that the duplex townhouse type? Anyway, so there's a lot of neighborhoods that have this certain kind of configuration where it's 2x2 houses sharing a wall. And a lot of them are coming in now wanting to put very modest additions on these very old, very small homes. And they seem fine, to many of the members of the board, but the zoning ordinance doesn't allow us to grant use permits. So people are coming in to get variances because the use permit process isn't even allowed in that zoning category. And we don't know why it's not allowed in that zoning category, but it's not. And so we've said no, but we said, look, this is, as we were talking about before, general and recurring, and occurs for lots of properties, right? So the problem you're talking about is general and recurring. And it may make no sense for everyone, but precisely because it makes no sense for everyone, then we're not allowed to do it. We're only allowed to do special cases that are unusual. So what they did, which just telling you about it, is they went to the county board and did an online petition, and they got a newspaper article, and they persuaded the county board to direct the county manager to direct staff resources to looking at changing the ordinance. Staff has stated some reasons in the report why they think you might have a little bit less success doing that, but that's what they did, and they're more likely to get relief as a result than coming to us.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. Any further discussion? I'd be happy to entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Melnick.
So I share Mr. Owen's thoughts about this. Just that everything we've heard, while I sympathize with your efforts and your plans, it just doesn't look like the standard has been met for what you want to do. And I agree, it just looks like the garage is the problem, as far as taking up the room it does. So in light of that, I would like to make a motion that the Board of Zoning Appeals in case V 1136218VA1, I make a motion that the Board of Zoning Appeals deny the variance request as stated in the attached resolution of denial.
Thank you, Mr.
Second.
Melnick.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Freshen. The motion's been made by Mr. Melnick to deny the requested variance, and it was seconded by Ms. Freshman.
Oh, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Owen?
I may want to offer an amendment on that.
With respect to the
Nope.
the resolution?
Nope, the resolution's got good whereases this time, so I'm going to leave it alone.
Okay. Hearing no further discussion, all in favor of the motion which denies the variance application signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed? Unfortunately, the ayes have it, and your request is denied.
Okay, good. Thank you for your time.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Owen?
before the next item is called, I just want to disclose that I am acquainted with Ms. Okoya, but our acquaintance is not so close as to bias me in that case.
Okay, thank you very much.
Similar,
Ms. Malice?
I have a similar disclosure to Mr. Owens.
But it will not,
It will not affect my judgment.
okay, thank you very much. Please call the next case, Mr. Rissy.
Case number V-11363-18-UP-1 is a use permit request by Bridget Obakoya, the owner, to permit a setback of 5 feet to the wall, 4.5 feet to the eave from the left side and property line instead of 8 feet to the wall, 5 feet to the eave as required, and to permit a setback of 19.8 feet to the rear patio and 20.8 feet to the rear balcony instead of 21 feet as required from the rear property line, and to permit a setback of 5 feet to the wall, 4.5 feet to the eave from the right and side property line instead of 10 feet to the wall, 6 feet to the eave as required, and to permit an aggregate setback of 10 feet instead of 18 feet as required regarding a 3-story new single-family home with second and third floor balconies, a rear raised patio in the R27 zoning district, premise known as 2135 South Oxford Street. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you very much. Any questions of staff? Hearing none. We do have one speaker, but Bridget Obakoya, do you have anything to add? Any comments to make? Please come to the podium. You have more signatures. Yes. Good, good, good. You can give those to our staff over there, and he'll pass them over. Neighbors in support, I presume.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, all of you. In 2015, when I came for the first request for approval, I submitted signatures, and I've diligently tried since then to get the house built, but it hasn't happened, so I'm back again tonight. And because the signatures were old, I went back out to the community and asked for new signatures, so there you have it.
Excellent. That's what we like. Any questions of the applicant? So merely because you didn't get, it wasn't built in 2015, you're back hopefully now.
We're ready.
Nothing's changed in terms of the application?
No.
Okay. Any questions? Hearing none, I'd be happy to entertain a motion.
Speaker?
Oh, I'm sorry. Patricia Clark, thank you very much, of 2006 South Kenmore, has signed up to speak in support. Welcome. Forgive me for almost forgetting.
Okay. I'm here on behalf of the Knox Civic Association, who supports the youth.
Portia,
Yes,
I'm
Portia
sorry.
Clark. Sorry about that.
It was just, you could glance at it as I did and say Patricia, but it's Portia. It is.
Used to that.
Sorry.
But the use permit request for the property located at 2135 South Oxford Street is supported by the association. The applicant has worked with the Civic Association for more than 2 years in developing this project. The community has held housing forums with residents and developers on properties in Knox, and the applicant attended these sessions, gave citizens opportunities to hear her plans, and worked through any issues raised. The Knox Civic Association believes this is a creative use of vacant land and has the support of the surrounding neighbors and the Knox Civic Association.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clark.
You're welcome.
Anyone have any questions of the speaker? Okay. Matters with the board.
Since I had disclosure, I was going to defer. Go ahead.
Ms. Freshman?
The Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached proposed resolution approving the use permit V-11363-18-UP2, subject to conditions listed.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. The motion's been made by Ms. Freshman and seconded by Ms. Malice to approve the subject use permit. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of granting the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it, the matter is granted. Good luck. Please call the next case. Thank you.
The next case is V-11364-15-UP4. It's a use permit request by Ken and Susanna Reck, owners, to permit a setback of 12.5 feet to the front porch stoop instead of 13 feet from the 23rd Street South right-of-way as advertised and approved by the use permit V-11068-15-UP-3 on March 5th, 2017, regarding a newly constructed front stoop in the R6 zoning district premise known as 5017 23rd Street South. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached resolution granting the subject use permit with conditions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rissy. Any questions of staff? Hearing none, I do have a speaker slip from Louis Boza, architect. That's correct, of 4348. Oh,
Yeah, that's the office address. That's Blagden Avenue in D.C. I'm just here if there are any questions. Blagden, B-L-A-G-D-N. Yeah.
Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. Welcome.
Hi. So yeah, I'm only here if there are questions about this on behalf of Ken and Susanna Reck.
Okay. And Ken and Susan Reck, are they here?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming on their behalf. Any questions of the applicant's representative?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Melnick?
Yes, I have a question.
Go ahead.
So, it's a pretty small variance, but anytime, we approve a certain... Yes, sorry, I misspoke. Okay. What I'm wondering, however, just for the record, when you see this, this small amount of space between what was supposed to be and what was, just in detail, what's your understanding of what happened? Because I'm sure there was plans, and a contractor, and the numbers seem pretty different. But what's your understanding? That this was just an inadvertent mistake.
Yeah, there was a misunderstanding on the contractor's part with the location of that central front stoop. The central front stoop was constructed, the formwork was constructed. I arrived at the site while the concrete was being poured. The decision to continue with that pour, given the steepness of the slope and the depth of the footer in that portion, was significant in that the change was too drastic to make. Our understanding was that we were within the setback still. When we got the wall check survey at that time, we found that the central front stoop was built, it's about 4 inches past the approved use permit back in March of 2017. Because we were building on the existing foundations for the front porch and for the addition in the back, we were granted the wall check to continue, with the condition that we would need to submit the final survey plat after being approved for this use permit. And I met with Mr. Risi about this. We submitted, essentially what we're submitting is the existing condition is the same as what is proposed, because we're just trying to get approved that 4 inches of front central porch, the central landing, the front porch stoop which was constructed in error.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Melnick. Mr. Owen?
Mr. Chairman, just making the point again that from my perspective, when there's a error like this, whether it's on the builder's part or the staff's part or whoever's part, the way I see our obligation is just to pretend that it hasn't been built at all yet and just treat it like it's a fresh application. That sometimes in our last meeting, we had some neighbors come in and say they did it and they didn't have the right permits, and that's an outrage and that's bad faith and you should hold that against them. And then we've had other applicants who say, oh, it'd be so expensive to fix our mistake, you should weigh that in our favor. And I just feel like it doesn't matter either way. Our obligation is to decide what the legal criteria, what's the evaluation under the same legal criteria as if it hadn't been built. In this case, still seems fine to me under the legal criteria, so I'm ready to vote for approval.
Thank you very much, Mr. Owen. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Owen.
You want me to make a motion?
Well, I thought you were introducing
All right.
your desire to do that.
In the case V-11364-15-UP-4, I move that the BZA adopt the attached resolution granting the subject use permit with conditions.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Malice. Been moved by Mr. Owen and seconded by Ms. Malice to grant the use permit in this case. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of granting the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The matter is granted. Please call the next case.
Case number V-11365-18-UP-1 is a use permit request by Mark and Jacqueline Fleming, owners, to permit a setback of 14.5 feet to the wall of the building and new front porch, the same as existing wall, 13 feet to the building eaves and porch eaves, instead of 25 feet to the wall of the building, 21 feet to the porch, 21 feet to the building, 21 feet to building the eaves, 19.5 feet to the porch eaves, as required from the South Rolfe Street right-of-way regarding a new front porch and front wall changes, front and rear second-story additions in the R5 zoning district, premise known as 1026 South Rolfe Street. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of staff?
Yes. It looks like the applicants are proposing a second-story front building wall above the proposed porch that's less than 15 feet to the street. Other than the property around the corner, 1706 12th Street South, was staff able to find any other examples in the neighborhood of a second-story wall that was closer than 15 feet to the street?
To answer your question, I would first like to point out that per the documents submitted, the second-story wall is actually set back to 17.4 feet because it's the wall of the dormer. Mm-hmm. And I can name a number of examples, including the adjacent property, that have a second story that is at or closer than 17.4 feet.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further questions of staff? Hearing none. Mark and/or Jacqueline Fleming, welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Board. So in full disclosure, I want to bring some new attention. We heard recently that there may be some foundation issues with the house, and there may be a need to replace some of the foundation. Obviously, we would be doing it in the existing footprint, the existing layout, but I wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thanks. We'll hold your time and let me ask staff, what impact would that have if there was a need to rebuild the foundation?
My understanding is that once the board approves a project, any further owner has the ability to rebuild that project as it was submitted to the board. So from the ground up. So if they wanted to tear the whole thing down and build it to look exactly like what was approved by the board, that would be okay.
Thank you very much. In other words, the use permit and/or easements travel with the land.
Correct.
Any further questions? You want to complete your comments, or was that the only comment?
Oh, that was it. We've been out of the house for about 10 years. We're looking forward to moving back in, do a remodel, once again, within the existing footprint. So appreciate your consideration, pending any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Owen?
Yes, guess a question for the applicants. I didn't see a lot of feedback from nearby neighbors, so I don't know if I missed it or if you, I saw feedback from 1101, but not from either of your side neighbors, the neighbor across the street at 1025 or any of the three behind you at 1034, 1100, and 1104 South Quinn Street. So can you tell us about the outreach to the renters and homeowners in those houses?
Sure. So we mentioned before that we haven't been in the house for about 10 years and we don't have existing relationships with the neighbor. So we went there 2 back-to-back Sundays. We knocked on doors. We tried to get as much support. We focused on the neighbors to each on the side of us and across the street. And we focused on Rolfe Street since the setback would affect the neighbors across the street and on the side. I was under the impression we needed to get owners' approval, so the folks on the north side of us were renters. We talked to them, got support, but we didn't get their signature. And then the house on the south side, we tried 3 times to talk to them and explain what we were doing. We were able to get a signature from the house directly across from us, and the house adjacent to that is vacant. And I had a phone number from the house next to that from when I would live there, left a message, didn't get a call back. So we were able to get 3, luckily. But it was just a matter of, I think we knocked on the doors. We we did outreach. We knocked on every door on the street. And those were the 3 that we could get.
Which one is the vacant house?
Excuse me?
Which house is the vacant one?
So maybe I could describe it from the picture there. Right across the street, there's a house with a shed in the back. So if you can go right there. So the one next door to the left, or I guess to the north. So that house is undergoing a major renovation, and it's been vacant for the last 3 years.
Okay.
And your next-door neighbors, I'm sorry. No. Your next-door neighbors?
So the neighbor to the south of us, we knocked on the door 3 times, didn't get a response. And then the 2 neighbors to the north are both renters, and we talked to them, but we didn't realize that we could get renter support, and we didn't know the owners. And interestingly enough, the house 2 doors to the north underwent a renovation. They put a 2nd story, and they were the ones who notified us of the possible foundation issues that they're experiencing, which led us to investigate a little further.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, thank you. Any further questions of the applicant? Hearing none, the matter is with the board.
Mr. Chairman, I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution approving use permit V-11365-18-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Ms. Malice. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Owen.
To me, this is a little bit of a tough call. This falls into a general category pattern that we sometimes see where first you get a front porch and then the porch is enclosed and then the enclosed porch becomes a room and then the room becomes incorporated into the house and so forth and so on. Just eyeballing it, it feels like this house will wind up looming over the street perceptibly more than its neighbors will. And I don't think it's egregious, but it all stems from what was a much more modest BZA action many years ago. And so that troubles me a little bit, particularly in combination with the somewhat anemic neighbor response and neighbor feedback. So I don't think this is an outrageous or obviously unreasonable request, but I would prefer a little bit more robust neighborhood conversation about the potential precedent-setting nature of having, if we go down the road and everyone's this close up to 2 stories or up to the dormer story, as staff has described, I just feel like some neighbors might feel like the character of the street would change over time. If I had 5 neighbors saying, oh, no, it's no problem, we like it that way, then I would feel super comfortable, but I don't have that. And so I do feel it is ever so slightly out of character of the other houses in the neighborhood. So I guess I'll vote no.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Owen. Any further discussion? Again, a motion's been made by Ms. Freshman and seconded by Ms. Malice to approve the proposed subject use permit. Hearing no further discussion, all in favor of approving the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
The ayes have it, and the matter is approved.
Thank you.
Be mindful, though, of what Mr. Owen said. You may still want to discuss what you're doing with even the renters.
Will do.
Thank you. Please call the next case.
Case number V-11366-18-VA-1 is a variance request by Stephen Resnick, contract owner, to permit the construction of a new single-family dwelling on a lot that has a width of 48 feet instead of 50 feet as required in the R27 zoning district regarding the new single-family home and rear deck in the R27 zoning district premise known as 1957 South Kenmore Street. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached resolution approving the variance with condition, and please note that there is substantial supplemental material for this case that came in after the application packet was assembled and printed. It includes both letters of opposition from neighbors as well as supplemental material from the applicant himself.
Thank you very much. Let's start with questions we might have of staff at this point. Are there any? Hearing none? Okay, well, let's go to the applicant then. Stephen Resnick.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. Again, my name is Stephen Resnick, and as Mr. Risi said, I am the contract owner of this property. This property is, as he said, 48 feet wide. It was created that way. I don't know exactly when the lot was created, but I have documentation from the land records in the courthouse indicating transactions on this property going back to 1920. So this lot is, in essence, at least 100 years old. Obviously, the zoning ordinance has changed around the property. It was subdivided initially as a buildable lot. It, in fact, had a house on it, at least one. I don't know what was there in 1920, but I do have a tap card showing, from 1954, showing a house on that particular lot. Subsequently, I believe in the early 70s, that house was torn down and a new house was built next door at 1955 South Kenmore. The same couple owned both parcels. And so basically, they lived in one. My understanding was the gentleman and his wife bought the property in the early 50s. They lived in it. They got divorced in the early 70s. He remarried. Then he and his new wife tore the old house down, built the new house next door, at which point the 1957 lot has remained vacant. I do want to make it very clear that the house that I am proposing to build complies with every single zoning regulation that would be imposed on it. It meets the side setbacks, it meets the front setback, it meets the rear setback, it meets the lot coverage in terms of square footage, it meets the lot coverage in terms of percentage. We're under the maximum height allowance. So for all intents and purposes, I mean, we are compliant in every single way except for the fact that the zoning ordinance grew up around this lot. And my argument is, I mean, this is as clear-cut a case, I would think, in looking at the reasoning behind the variance. When you say, would it unreasonably restrict the use or alleviate a hardship? In this case, if this board were to deny this variance, you've condemned a lot to basically have zero economic value in the middle of an otherwise developed neighborhood when it was designed to be buildable. I do have one additional neighbor signature. I only have one copy.
Which neighbor?
From the townhouses.
Do you have a?
From 2016, so.
Thank you.
Well, it's.
Group of townhouses there.
Yes, it was originally a single-family house. A developer came along and basically built 2 attached units to it.
Okay, that's Glebe, 2016 Glebe.
Right. I will say, I know that there was some concern about the neighborhood support and outreach. I will say I did make an attempt. I spoke with, back in either the end of January or early February, we were doing some soil testing. I spoke with a neighbor to the right. In this picture, I believe that's 1959. A gentleman, I think he's also involved in construction or handyman things. And we discussed, and I said, hey, would you have a problem? He said, no, I'm fine with it. Fortunately, I didn't have any paper or a pen. I had nothing with me. I have not been able to track him down ever since then. Every time I've gone over, knocked on the door, nobody's answered. I did make an effort to go to some of the neighbors. I went across the street. I actually spoke with Ms. Clark, who informed me at the time she was also happened to be the neighborhood association president. So I discussed it with her. I showed her the plat, showed her the elevations, the foundation, showed her everything, discussed what the issue was. She said that's fine, and she signed a petition, or the letter saying that she approved it. I now understand that as of this morning, she has submitted a letter now saying that she opposes the construction or the issuance of the variance. I made an effort. I went, I believe, one more house on either side. On my side of the street, went across the street on Ms. Clark's side. I believe I went to like 2 houses beyond on each side.
Please continue.
Okay. I also tried on the townhouses behind me. Basically, what wound up happening was they fell into 3 categories. Either people were renters, which I didn't know that I could get approval from them. I assumed it had to be owners.
Theme tonight that people didn't know that they could get.
Okay. 2, people whose grasp of English was very limited, who just couldn't comprehend. I mean, I'm there trying to explain variances and lot coverages, and their eyes glazed over. There was no way to really effectively communicate. And there were several people, probably 3 or 4 people, who listened to everything I had to say and then simply said, I don't feel comfortable signing anything. Even though they weren't committing, they didn't say they rejected it, didn't say they approved it, they just said, I don't feel comfortable. I don't know, in this kind of situation, I'm not sure, does the neighborhood approval carry any weight? I mean, this was everybody else, the neighbors on both sides, both have houses that are on identically sized lots.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Owen,
I have a question for the applicant.
please.
Did you have discussions, you've mentioned your discussions with Ms. Clark in her capacity as a neighbor.
Yes.
Have you also had correspondence with her or anybody else as the Civic Association?
No, what happened was, like I said, I didn't realize at the time that she was the neighborhood association president. I live in Knock myself. I live 4 or 5 streets over on South Nelson Street. And when I went and was discussing this with her, it just sort of casually came up. She mentioned, oh, by the way, I'm the Civic Association president. I said, that's great. I just killed 2 birds with 1 stone. You know, I've noted, now you know in both your capacities. I know in her letter she says that I was instructed to go, and I don't know whether she means from her, because if she means from her, then that is not accurate. She did not instruct me to go communicate with the board. I assumed that basically I had made the outreach. If they had any questions for me, they knew where I was.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. Mr. Melnick?
I have a question just about... Okay. So I noticed on the tax plat showing, it's a diagram we have, just showing houses shown in black, like little outlines. But then I saw what appears to be the house location survey.
Yep.
And does the improvements on the property to the left, 1955, it looks like a rather large part of that improvement encroaches on 1957?
No, it doesn't. Actually, I have, and I would have submitted this if I realized that I had it. It is a plat that was prepared very early on that actually shows the house next door as well as my proposed house, where you can see, and again, I apologize, I only have one copy.
I mean, well, let me interrupt you just for a moment with respect to what you just passed up. You don't have another copy of that, of your own?
I don't need it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, because that becomes a part of our record now.
You can have that. The house at 1955, like I said, apparently was built in 1973. I don't know what the zoning ordinance was like back then, but the house as built would never be allowed to be built today, even though what we call the modern zoning ordinance was in effect. That house, that lot is also 48 feet wide, but that house is under 8 feet on one side and was built to within about 4 feet of the property line on the inside, my side of the house. That's to the foundation. Then there's a chimney that encroaches, I don't know, another foot, 18 inches. So, yes, the houses are going to be close together, but that isn't as a result of anything that I'm doing. I mean, I am complying with the regulations. My setback on that side is 10 feet. Even if my lot were larger, the extra setback would go on the other side, on the 1959 side. So there would still be 10 feet to the property line on my side. I also would point out, because I know that my next door neighbor, 1955, I think it's Mr. Hill, I went to speak with him the other day, and he indicated that he was not approving of this. And one of his concerns was the closeness of the properties. And I would point out, I've confirmed, I actually have an email from the listing agent, because she was listing with the same owner for both properties, that both properties were for sale at the same time. There were for sale signs in front of both properties at the same time. So when the neighbor purchased his house, which was almost a year ago, he purchased it knowing there was a vacant lot next door, knowing that was designed to be built upon. And if anything, if there's any issue with the closeness, and the houses are going to be 14 feet apart, foundation to foundation. But any issues with closeness are as a result of his house, not mine. I'm the one who's actually.
But you don't have a house yet.
No. But what I'm saying is that the house that I'm proposing to build, other than the fact that the lot is not, was not, like I said, the zoning ordinance grew up around it, and the lot is sort of missing the 2 feet of width. Even if it had that extra 2 feet, and I didn't have to be here tonight, that extra 2 feet of setback would be on the other side away from Mr. Hill's house. So it would still be just as close.
Let me ask, at one point, both of these, Mr. Hill's house and your lot were owned by one person at one point, correct?
Yes, I can give you the history.
The house that was on the lot that you now own was torn down.
Correct.
Okay, but they were at one point owned both by the same person.
Yes, they were owned by the same person, but never.
1955, there is a concern about a utility line that runs on the underneath 1957.
Yes, what happened was when they tore.
Does the line run underneath?
That is, when they tore down the old house at 1957, what's now 1957, rather than going through the expense of digging up the street and running new water lines, utilities, they simply took what was there and rerouted it across the front corner. Basically, it would go under the driveway of the proposed house to the house at 1955.
What happens when there is a break in the line?
My intent all along was to grant an easement to the owners of 1955. If it's necessary, I will reuse that crock for my own property, and I will pay to have a new water service installed directly in front of 1955.
As it stands right now, there is, in the deed that you've recorded, no easement granted for utility work.
Correct. Again, because and I won't go into the whole history.
And why and how, so.
Right, but the properties were owned by the same owner up until...
Yeah, that's what we just went over a couple of minutes ago.
Right. They were owned by Mr. Carter with wife one, and...
Record, you acknowledge that that's a fact, and now you've gone further and you've proclaimed a willingness to even move the line such that it would not be underneath.
Correct.
I think you said
the water line, yes.
If you needed to, you would.
Well, like I said, I would do, if, at a minimum, there would be an easement which would allow...
But you went further than that.
Yeah, I'm saying, if required, then I would pay the whatever it is, $3,500, $3,000, whatever, to the county to come dig up the street, do a new water tap, put a new crock in, and I would have my plumber dig a trench and run a new water line to the house. That's not a big deal.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Owen.
I want to follow up on Mr. Melnick's question.
Thank you.
About the tax map. When I went to visit the site, when did you purchase this property?
I have not yet. It's under contract, conditioned on the granting of the variance.
When did you enter into your contract?
Early January, I believe.
Early January 2018?
Yes.
And you lived in the neighborhood for about how long?
I built my house and moved in sometime in 2012.
Okay. So when I went to visit the site, what I noticed is that on the 1955 property,
yes,
there's a part of the wall facing 1957 that seems to have exposed interior structures like insulation and stuff. It looks like there's a missing exterior wall in approximately that location.
Wait, I'm sorry, you're referring to what house? To 1955?
The house next door to your parcel, the one that used to own it. One that on the tax map, Mr. Melnick pointed out, has shown a piece of it jutting out onto the property. So if you look at the packet, do you have a copy of the staff report?
I do not have a physical copy.
A table.
I can.
There's one on the table. Why don't you pick one up for your item? Okay, and then about 5 pages in, right before the permit, you want to find the one that corresponds to yours.
In the
At the top.
Or case number ending in 66.
The pause.
Has anyone picked up the resident case?
Oh, there it is. And didn't return it to the front table?
There's only one copy, so after you look at it at the front, bring it back
if anyone else has done that. Thank you.
That was an old, it may have been a carport, which was torn down before the lot was sold, before the 1955 was sold.
Okay.
Right. So
it exists now.
Right. Okay, so that's what I was looking at. It looks like something was ripped out, and maybe what was ripped out was that carport.
Right, because what happened was, if you look at that photo, when the county eventually came along and put in curbs and gutters, they put an apron in for the 1957 lot. But unfortunately, they didn't line it up with the property line. So the left edge of the existing apron is about 2 feet or so across the property line. And there used to be a driveway, which had been put in by the previous owners, and they had a driveway, a shorter driveway for their house, but they also used this other driveway, and they had a carport. So both the old driveway and the carport straddle the property line. Those have all been removed, and of course, when I build my house, assuming I get the permission, we would then remove that apron and re-pour it so that the apron and the new driveway lined up, and it was solely on my property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Resident, we have a number of speakers signed up.
Sure.
So don't go far.
I won't.
And first we'll go with those who have signed up to speak in support of the application. And that is Bryant Jones. 24488 Island Pool Court in Aldi.
Hello, my name is Bryant Jones, and then this is my mom, Linda. We are the owners of the property. We are the owners of the property.
Okay.
I do want to mention that there was a carport that was there. We have put a lot of money into removing the carport, installing grass, but there was a carport that was there originally.
Okay.
I do want to say that we
Well,
had both.
Mr. Jones, before, you've granted permission of Mr. Resnick to speak about the property tonight. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Keep going.
Okay. I do want to say that we did have both properties listed at the same time. And I had the property marked, so we had stakes in the ground, and then also had it spray painted all the way up to the sidewalk. So the owners on the left-hand side, 1955, who purchased the property, they knew full well known that we was going to build a house on the property. So they knew where the line was. So it's kind of weird that now that they purchased a property, now they feel that they don't want a house there. So I just wanted to let that known that we had the property marked, and 1955 has the plaque where the exact line is.
Anything else?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify, are you Miss Linda Jones?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. Any further questions of the speaker? You might not want to go far either.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from, let me start with the Civic Association President, Ms. Portia Clark. Welcome again.
I did hear it referenced that you received my letter sent earlier from the Civic Association and myself, so I was not going to rehash all of what was said. I will say, in starting out, that Mr. Resnick has lived in Nauk and built several properties in Nauk. He has not once presented his projects to the Civic Association. So he has been advised and talked about to do that. But at this point, I will say at least the Civic Association is opposing this request, as well as myself rescinding the support that was provided in the petition. When he approached me, that was the time when I said, okay, it's okay to build there, but are you meeting all the requirements and what are the issues? And at the time, he did not have final plans or present them to me. He saw me one day coming in my door. I was on my porch on the way in my house, and that's when we had the conversation. So I know the Civic Association did discuss it. I presented it to them. They again asked, is Mr. Resnick going to come forward for a presentation? He did not, and that was his choice. But I think at this point, our concerns of the neighbors has come forward. We have done research since signing the petition. And I guess in relation to, it was explained about the wall, the carport that was there, and the driveway that was taken out. We were neighbors of the Carters for more than 30 years, and that lot and the driveway was utilized by them very heavily. The inherited owner removed that for the sale purposes. So the property was previously developed as a dwelling that was rebuilt on the adjacent lot by Mr. Carter. So the applicant of this lot is a contract owner proposing to purchase this property, to develop and sell for profit, as he has done with several other Nauk properties. At 48 feet, the lot is not buildable. It was maintained by the previous owner for parking and the water main line that he knew was on the property. So this project would be detrimental to adjacent property owners at 1955. It has been vacant for more than 40 years with no economic value, and the community has been fine with that. If fencing is ever placed around the property, the adjacent property will have a clearance of less than about 4 to 5 feet to the carport that was attached to 1955, right up to the wall of the house. So the proposed driveway and the lot coverage are questionable because it wasn't sure whether that proposed driveway was actually included or whether there was going to be on-street parking used. So the only known support for this project is the applicant in the contract owner's other house that he built and sold on that street. So at this point, the only support that we have from the neighborhood is the county staff, the contract owner, the seller, and the family that lives in the other property built by the applicant.
Thank you very much. Mr. Owen?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ms. Clark, I guess I'm a little confused as to whether your view is that no house could be built here that's compatible with the neighborhood, or whether or not just the proposed house is not compatible with the neighborhood.
My understanding that the proposed house is 30 feet wide, and that would be a substantial impact on the properties on the side with, yes, it meets the 18-foot setbacks, but it is very close. And if there was ever a need to get to the back of the houses, I'm not even sure one house would be able to get a lawnmower right back there with the way the properties would be built. So a smaller, much smaller house might be appropriate with some provisions to remove the water line and pay for it.
Thank you.
Any other questions of this speaker? You shouldn't go far either.
Ms. Clark, I do have one other question. Okay. So, Ms. Clark, there is some unevenness neighborhood to neighborhood in Arlington as to whether or not people who are seeking variances and use permits for various purposes go to the Civic Association. In some neighborhoods, it's pretty traditional to go to the Civic Association. In others, it's traditional to never go to the Civic Association. And so I'm just wondering if Mr. Resnick wanted to come to engage in the normal way with your particular civic association, what's the expectation there? How far in advance should he expect to contact you? How quickly can you schedule someone for a meeting? Is it over in one meeting, or is it a longer conversation typically? Can you tell us about what your process is?
We currently have a process. Knock is one of those last developed areas of Arlington that has been flooded in the last few years. So we have put together a process where our executive committee and the board regularly reviews applicants, and we often rely on the county where the planners come to us to submit applications and want us to submit a return application, either supporting or not. We did not hear from the county in the case of this applicant, but it is a regular practice for us to review developments, which we have had several in the last few years. The Civic Association I mentioned earlier with the Oxford Street project, where we have invited developers of other substandard property lots to come before the Civic Association, invited the citizens out, and they sit down and work through the details of what the issues are. We've had properties built on Langley Street that were not standard or normal. We've had properties built throughout Knock. Now, Mr. Resnick has chosen not to present any of his projects. He's just built them and been done with them. But it is a regular practice for us to have developers come forward, whether it's commercial or individual property owners. And we've also helped a number of our property owners who want to develop their properties with developers. So to work out those kinks ahead of time, it presents a much smoother process by the time it gets to the board and the county.
Thank you.
Ms. Malice?
So what would be the soonest that your executive committee and board or full civic association?
We meet monthly, the first Monday of the month. We have 2 more meetings before we convene for the summer. So our next meeting, we do have a full agenda with the development of the 4 Mile Run Valley Work Group and our Knocktown Square. So I'd say the earliest he could get on the agenda might be the June meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Malice. Any further questions of this speaker? Don't go far.
Okay.
Next speaker is, I think I'm going to deal with first Brian Hill of 1955, or which would you prefer, Lakeisha or Brian? Thank you. Lakeisha Hill of 1955 South Kenmore Street. Welcome. You have much to say.
Well, actually, I mean, I just wanted to say that we did buy the house last year, but in going through buying a home in Arlington, it's very stressful. So we knew that they were going to look at that, trying to sell that land. The main thing that I thought is that if this property will not interfere with our property at all, then it is what it is. But in mindset, the closeness is going to basically make it hard for us to improve our home. As you already know, the port in the back needs work. And literally, we moved in less than a year ago, so we don't even have furniture upstairs yet. We're getting used to having our home, but I bought the home to be able to improve it. And so the setbacks, I understand he said it was 10, but there were certain areas in that picture where it was actually 6. I think that is a main area of concern. The water line is definitely a main area of concern because that was $8,000 additional and we just bought the house last year. You know, I have 2 small kids. My main thing is that we need to be able to build on our home and make it usable for us to live our lives there. That's what we bought it for. So really it was the setbacks and the water line is our main concern. And then the other thing is that with us, we were giving a little part for a little driveway. And I think when you're looking at homes and you're just going to the home for a moment to see the house and, you know, see if you like it, it's kind of hard to imagine. But living there for a year, like we don't really even have sufficient parking, you know, to park in our home. It's a very narrow driveway. And so while, yes, we did know the lot was able to be sold or online, I mean, I truthfully saw the land, I was like, oh, it's kind of small. I'm not quite sure if it's going to be bought. And so we'll see, you know, if it's still there in a year or 2 years when we have more flexibility, when my kids grow up a little bit and we have more money put down. So that's why we were really upset about this, because it was really just the closeness.
Okay, thank you. You're not far. So next, Brian Hill. Also of 1955 South Kenmore Street.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for my time. Just a few things that I really want to address as it relates to some things that have not been said by my wife. Mr. Resnick cannot really speak to my knowledge of what I know as it relates to who, you know, what was going to go on with the property, how long. You can't speak to that because you don't know what I know. Number one. Number two, Mr. Resnick has been living in the neighborhood since 2012 and knows nothing about the Civic Association and what is going on. So there's a certain level of lack of sensitivity to those who are his neighbors. And he's built multiple houses in the neighborhood, so he's not sensitive to the historical, you know, culture of our neighborhood. I grew up in Arlington. My mother, actually I lived in Arlington, but my mother, I used addresses to go to school in Fairfax. But I moved to my neighborhood where I grew up in, which was Newark. And so I'm not unfamiliar with with what's going on in my neighborhood, because it's my neighborhood. And I've been here, I was born in Arlington Hospital from right here in Arlington. And so I have a problem with not recognizing the interests of the people. There are 14 neighbors all along the street who I have never met, okay? And I have shared with them our concerns. 14, everybody on the right, everybody on the left, people across the street are saying no for various reasons. Parking, overcrowding. It was never 2 houses on the property for a long-standing period of time. There was never, you know, so there's a reason why those type of things, people are having a concern about the house being there. We have 2 young children that are in Montessori school, and I have a 17-year-old as well. And, you know, we obviously, you know, there's in time, we would buy the property and leave it just like it is, and because everybody else in the neighborhood is happy with what it is at the moment. Now, I do understand that there are, you know, you can't keep people from buying property and building houses, and I got that. I totally understand that whole process. But a couple of other, one more point. My apologies, sir. There's a tree that's adjacent to the driveway, okay, that per Mr. Resnick's drawings is going to have to be cut down to put the driveway there based on my measurements and what he put in his plans. There's a tree right there adjacent to that. And so that's the tree, okay? And the property line, there's a little mark right there. So the driveway for the home that's on the property is going to have to be scooted over to be, so it's a whole driveway, because a piece of that driveway is on my property.
Okay, as you wrap up, is that a crepe myrtle? What kind of tree is it?
It is.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
All right.
Yes, it
We're
is.
gonna, we got another speaker. Your time is up.
Yes, sir.
Your wife is here. Don't go far. There may be additional questions
Yes, sir.
to come back to you. Radia Sirurungshri of 1959 South Kenmore Street. Welcome. You can bring that podium down. Maybe there's a little button on the right, on the top of it.
But it's okay.
Top, you see that? Just push and hold it, and it'll come down, and then bring the mic so that, and speak into the mic. Very good. Thank you. Welcome.
My name Ratiya. I'm from
That
Thailand.
mic, Ms. Hill, would you help her and pull that mic a little closer to her?
Okay.
You can slide it all the way down.
The first thing
Thank you.
I would like to say, I really love America. I'm from Thailand. I live here about almost 20 years. I bought this house, but I don't know how is the story about the back that I bought it. My English was not pretty good, but when the guy say, I not very clear that, but I just want to say, how do I feel? Yeah, the first thing, I believe America, believe USA. Law is mean law. Nobody can break the law. I so very respect that. When something happened, I just know like 2 days ago, 3 days ago, I never know that.
You didn't see any signs up in the neighborhood?
Yeah, I just see the land, but I don't know they got build the house or something. I just saw the floor plan from my new neighbor.
Okay.
Yeah, the house is too very close, because just 5 feet from the fence. I have concern about a home built that close to my house, causing water run off from the property to flood my basement because the land was very different level. My house is very low. You can see that. Yeah, is that one very high, and another house it look like my house is lower than the both one. I'm sorry if
No, we understand perfectly. Or at least I
Thank
do.
you, thank you. And if something happened with the basement, I don't know who gonna respond. Because be sure, because it's too very close. That's I told you. And the property was slope. The water gonna come to my house. Another thing, the applicant did not talk to me as the owner of the house next to the property to build oven. The applicant did not seek approval of our neighbors. And the Newark Civic Association, who represent our interest as residents. There is a petition submitted to the board with 14 signatures opposing the construction to home at 1957 South Kenmore. And another one, the building will be covered the sunlight to my house too. Yeah, it gonna block the sun from entering to my house. I can tell you like this.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much. We've gotten all of that. Any questions of this speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much too.
That completes our list of speakers who've signed up to speak on this matter. I guess I want to hear the applicant's response to the concern about both the failure to meet with the Civic Association and I think you've already made clear that you are willing to make a number of accommodations with respect to the water line and whatnot. But
Yes.
because it does kind of strike me that as a builder who lives in the community, who has done work in that community, that has a historic civic association, and as of the recent past has been really heavily engaged in development because it has come to that community in a big way, that you had not made it a priority to sit down with these folk and go over exactly what you want to do and get buy-in. Can you speak to why that hasn't happened?
Sure. Well, like I said, first off, I guess the reason that I haven't gone before the Civic Association for my other projects was it wasn't necessary. They were by right construction. And I will say, I don't even know if I should say what I'm about to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. I was a little concerned when Mr. Hill spoke. There was an element, there was a... I may be shooting myself in the foot. Not originally. I've lived in Arlington since 2001.
Okay.
Okay. I am familiar with knock. And I am familiar with, as Mr. Hill, I think, described it, was the neighborhood culture. That may not be his exact words. The houses that I have previously torn down, I don't know if you remember about 9 years ago or so, there was a gentleman who lived further down on Kenmore Street who was taking care of his elderly wife. He took her up for treatment in Baltimore and wound up shooting his mother, killed himself, wounded.
Yeah.
Okay. His house, which was falling down, which was I purchased and built, which would be the twin of what I'm proposing to build here. Another house at the corner of...
The Civic Association when you did that?
No, I didn't.
You're a member.
Well, again, I will say that...
Where you live. You know that, right?
Yes, and I will say that when I first looked at buying this, I did, and I looked at the requirements, and it did say something about contacting the neighborhood association. I used to live in Glen Carlin. In Glen Carlin, I never went to any meet.
You said it said something about contact. I mean,
well, no,
it asked you specifically to do that, didn't it?
It said to reach out to the neighborhood association and discuss it with them. I did go online. I Googled knock, our neighborhood association, and I don't know whether I got an old link or whether they weren't updating the website. What I saw, everything there, the last meeting was like 5 years ago.
Mr. Chairman.
And she said, oh, in addition to being your neighbor, I'm the president. So it didn't dawn on you to say, oh, well, when is the Civic Association going to meet? Because I want to present my proposal for this vacant lot. That didn't dawn on you, but that's okay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I guess my concern in this situation is sort of the phrase that comes to mind is live by the sword, die by the sword, right? That you're within your legal rights if you're building by right to talk to no one. You have a legal right to do that. You may have a legal right, someone may have a legal right to build on a vacant lot, to make a slightly unbuildable lot, get a variance and make it buildable. Mm-hmm. But the problem is that other people who are building by right nonetheless choose to reach out to neighbors and consult, right? They don't have to, but they do anyway. Let me finish, please.
Sure.
And when they do that, then if there's hiccups, if there's problems, if there's controversies, if there's accommodations that need to be made, they've built up some, goodwill and understanding and give and take with neighbors, and that helps to sort of grease the skids. And so my concern is, it's not our place to hold it against you for building by right without consultation, right? As we've talked about many other applications tonight, we're supposed to follow the law. If you followed the law, we follow the law. Like, we move along. That's our job, right? But it's easier if anything goes wrong if those conversations have been ongoing. And in this case, we're talking about a variance to make an unbuildable lot buildable. And it is within our authority and it is within our purview and it's part of our expectation under the law to not grant a variance unless we can be assured that it's not going to be detrimental to nearby properties. And the way that we find out the best information that we can get about what is and isn't detrimental to nearby properties is what those property owners have to say to us.
Sure.
And it takes us a lot longer, and it's a lot harder for us to do our job of sorting out exactly what the impact on neighboring properties is if there's a controversy. If there's an argument about it, if we have to do a lot of fact-finding, if we have to weigh all the things ourselves, and we don't have any benefit of conversations that have occurred about the substance, right, about the give and take, and what if we did this, and what if we did that, well, my concern is this. And in most of the successful variances that come through to us, those conversations have happened, and they've digested enormous numbers of issues before it even comes to us. So we don't have to spend our meeting time trying to, split the baby over and over again. So speaking for myself, I would rather not focus on exactly who talked to who any time up to yesterday. I think we got a thorough rendition from you, from the others. I don't have a sense that anyone's lying to anyone. Everyone's trying to tell the story that they remember. That's fine, including you. I have no reason to doubt, the perspectives you've offered. But in terms of going forward, I still would like to have those conversations, right? Rather than trying tonight decide how much of a easement, how wide an easement has to be for the water line and what its terms and conditions have to be. What's a reasonable distance given the character of the neighborhood and the wideness of the lot? That's a real judgment call, right? And it would be far easier for us to make that judgment call if we had some consensus from you and your neighbors about that. Now, sometimes it's impossible. Relations have broken down to the point where neighbors just find it difficult to talk to one another, right? And when that happens, we have no choice, but to make tough decisions. And there's more of a winner-loser attitude, but sometimes everyone comes out a loser. The applicant doesn't get what they really wanted, and the neighbors don't get what they really wanted, as opposed to the give-and-take scenario where sometimes everyone can get what they want.
Right.
So, so my focus is, I think if we render a decision tonight, it strikes me that a lot's going to be left on the table in terms of benefit either to you or to the neighbors or maybe both. And even though there's already some tension, I'm wondering whether or not there's so much tension that there isn't still an opportunity to go back and have those kinds of discussions. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The concerns with the neighborhood, honestly, I don't know that I can address them, in all honesty. When I spoke with Mr. Hill several days ago, he basically expressed 4 concerns, 2 of which are pretty much almost the same, they're related. One was parking. Okay. I don't have any control over parking. I know he and his wife, or maybe other people, have gotten used to parking in front of that apron, which is basically, it's a bonus space that they'd have, which would be gone if there were actually a house and a driveway there. I can't do anything about that. His concern, another concern was the distance between the 2 houses. Again, I am meeting the required setback. I already shrank the house from the original plan. I shrank it by several inches to accommodate so that I wouldn't even go over when we do the siding. So we would be at 8 and 10. I really cannot shrink this house anymore. It's at the point where I'm either building this house or I'm not building anything. To have to go back and redo the plans again.
So, Mr. Resnick, if I can just follow up on that point in a little more detail. So are you saying that say again? Well, I guess my more specific question is, are you saying that you don't think there's any economically viable house that's less wide than what you've proposed? That it's completely economically unviable to make it any narrower?
There's a limit, to what the current owner is willing to sell it for, plus my construction costs, which have gone through the roof. So obviously, I am building this to make a living.
Okay.
Sell this house. I live in the neighborhood. Yes, this is a transaction.
So it'd be simpler for you just to get a no tonight and know that you can't build it rather than try to come back with something no.
I mean, the only question I can address was from the neighbor, and I'm sorry I didn't quite get the name, about the water. We are not changing the grading of the lot in any significant way, and actually I believe there will be less water runoff because virtually every drop of water coming off the roof, because of the DES requirements, stormwater management requirements, virtually every drop of water coming off that roof is going into a stormwater planter, running underground to a planter that's in the backyard, and then running into the storm sewer, which is in the alley behind.
Nick,
Yes.
what you are telling us is just the kind of thing that you would sit down in a small room with the Civic Association and your neighbors and explain in detail and repeat it maybe if they have language issues or use smaller words and the like. That's why civic engagement means engaging. And yes, you can say, well, I'm going to do this and I have a by right option, but you don't have an opportunity then to really engage and explain what you're doing so that you have what's called buy-in. And by right, that's fine. You don't have a by right option right now.
I understand that. And look,
But what you really need to do is sit down with these folk and lay all of that out, because the emotion that you hear is really born of frustration. You know, you have every right to make a living, and we want you to make a living. And contrary to one thing I heard, I think the county does have an interest in generating some revenue from that property.
Sure.
So there's far more when there's a house on it than a vacant lot. So the county, I think, wants to accommodate you. And as a member of the Board of Zoning Appeals, I certainly do. But I also know that part of our role is to make sure that it's a detriment to the adjacent neighbors. I mean, clearly the water is an issue. So you've got to sit down and come up with a plan that's workable. But it's not going to be done tonight.
Well, no. As far as the water is concerned, if you want to make it a requirement that I put in a new water line, I have absolutely no.
Make it a requirement that you talk to that you meet with the Civic Association, and they meet. I would ask them to make room on their agenda, even though it's heavy, in May. So that could be done.
Let me ask you.
So that in June we can have your proposal back, because the Joneses are the ones to really benefit in this. You'll benefit some, but they don't get unless you get.
Correct.
And so,
but with all due respect, let me ask you, and I guess I'm addressing this question to the whole board, is let's assume that I meet with the neighborhood association, okay? And like I said, I can't address the fact that there's going to be a missing parking
assume
space.
you do, and they come back and say, we've met, and we don't like this, we do like this, we understand his desire, and they just make no recommendation but explain that they did have that. That puts you in a better position. They're saying they're saying no. If they come back and say, well, we heard it and we're taking no position, that's a better position. They may come back and say, well, now that we've heard it and the hills, we're in support. That's what you may get. And don't you think as a businessman, that's a better position to be in? That's a yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Of course. I mean, yes. In a perfect world, yes. I agree with that. But my question to the board is, okay, is that going to make a difference in the outcome?
Yes.
Okay,
Mr. Chair?
but let's say if the neighborhood association comes back and says,
What do you have to say behind when they say yes, it's going to make a difference? If I were in your, I'd be saying, okay, well, I'm willing to go do that.
Mr. Chairman?
I guess my question, I'm sorry, my question to the board is, what answer?
Second question. Go ahead.
Okay, what answer from the neighborhood association would make a difference? Obviously, they can come back and say.
I said even if they come back with a neutral.
But what if they come back and still say no? All I'm asking is, if they come back and say no.
They're already at no.
Okay.
If they come back and say, well, we're not taking a position. These are sophisticated people. They've met with developers. They understand what's going on. Or they could be persuaded after hearing this to say, okay, well, we know what our limitations are. We're in favor. Thank you very much for coming.
Okay.
You could get that. Isn't that and as, I mean, you're not going to repeat and say, no, that's of course a better position.
Right.
Mr. Chair?
It may be obvious, but we're not going to litigate this tonight.
Understood.
And we've devoted a lot of time to it, and there are very patient people behind you
Understood.
who are still waiting for their cases to be heard. I think it's pretty clear that what's needed is for you to meet with your neighbors as soon as they can make it happen. If they come back and they still don't like it, you're in no worse position. I realize the delay is a factor, but quite frankly, that isn't part of our job, is to worry about that. It's about getting it right. And if you come back and the situation is essentially the same, the good news is the Civic Association can't complain you didn't talk to them. We can't complain that you didn't talk to them. At least that part of our process has been addressed.
Okay.
And you're in no worse shape. And it doesn't mean that after all is said and done, we can't decide that a lot that is only 2 feet short of the requirement isn't buildable. You may get ultimately a positive decision,
And that's
but
fine.
you're not going to get it now.
No, I understand that, and I'm
like,
happy to meet with the neighborhood association.
Thank you.
I guess the question then is, what's the earliest that I can meet with them? What's the earliest I can come back in front of you?
I think Ms. Clark heard us. I think she's going to try to accommodate you in their May meeting.
Okay.
Because they have to come before us too.
Sure.
There's give and take on both parts. Any further discussion?
So that
Well,
means June.
Mr. Chairman,
So yeah, they'd meet in May. The earliest is back in June for us.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Owen.
So just to clarify, there's never any requirement that somebody meet with a neighborhood, right? This is, you've been getting some very generous time from Ms. Freshman and the chairman about what's to your advantage, but you're not required to meet with anyone, and we're not requiring the neighbors to meet with the applicant either. This is all voluntary to avoid what might be a worse outcome for you, but it's not a requirement. The second thing I'll say is, after the meeting happens, there might be need time to revise plans and, come forward with another option, consult architects. So my inclination is to go sort of to the July timeframe so that there can be ample time both for the discussion and the reaction to the discussion. The third thing I'll say is, in order for you or the neighbors to get something better than you all have right now, it strikes me that all of you are going to have to swallow hard and take a deep breath and be nice to each other.
Sure.
If you're meeting, and not talk about who did the wrong thing before, but talk about how to have a path forward. So that's going to be what's going to lead to success.
Understood.
If there is to be success.
Understood.
And then I do agree with Ms. Freshman. If I was just writing up a motion for denial right now, because on tonight's record, if we had to decide tonight, it would be for me to denial. So if we're looking at deferral, that's fine. I'm happy to make that as an alternate motion.
Ms. Malice?
Presuming that this board adopts a deferral motion, could it also be possible to get clarity on what we will do with the water line, whether that will be an easement?
I'm telling the board right now, I see that.
We want that in writing.
Understood. Understood.
As to
Yeah.
what the solution is, so that the neighbors understand what the solution is, the Civic Association understands. So we want that specifically in what comes back.
Sure.
Mr. Owen.
The other message, I guess, for the neighbors that would be helpful to give to you is, speaking for myself as one of 5 members of the BZA, I don't see myself voting that there is no buildable house at all on this lot. That doesn't seem like where I'm likely to wind up. Maybe you'll present more evidence that will persuade us of that. But my expectation is that some kind of house is eventually going to be approved here, and it might not be a house you like. So if you can reach agreements with the applicant to make economically viable modifications that you can live with, that's to your advantage, because eventually there's a good chance he's going to be able to propose something, perhaps not exactly what he's proposing tonight, but something else that will satisfy us. And again, it's far easier if you guys can reach agreement on what everyone's preference is about what those trade-offs are.
Deciding.
Right.
Do you have any points you want to clarify?
I would prefer to put this on for June. I know someone mentioned,
I agree with you. I think that it can be done. I want the Civic Association to make the accommodation for you on the agenda in May.
Okay.
And so, I heard perfectly what Ms. Clark said about them having a full agenda. Maybe that means good attendance, and it would be good to flesh this out. And it also means maybe you should have a pre-meeting with your neighbor across the street to maybe get some things that she can recommend right off the top that'll smooth it for the whole meeting.
Sure.
But I heard you, Mr. Owen, but I think that there are more people, who are interested. And so I'd like to kind of move it along as quickly as possible, because I too think that it's essentially a buildable lot, but there are accommodations that have to be made.
I move that we defer to July.
Is there a second?
I'll second for purposes of discussion.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Owen to defer this matter to the July meeting of the BZA, seconded by Ms. Malice. Any further discussion?
So my thinking was that if they can come back with a revised plan, if they can come back with agreement on the water main, if that can happen, if that indeed happens by June, I'm willing to go that way. If it obviously doesn't happen, it's going to go past June. So my view is if they want to get it concluded by June, they just have to work really hard, but you have to come up with new drawings if there's changes. And if you don't, because you have to be prepared to make changes to your plans.
I understand that. And I guess what it boils down to for me is I can nip and tuck off of the existing plans. I might be able to, but nothing significant. And that's why I don't know that I can do relatively quickly.
8 and 10, don't fret that, okay?
So if
you have 8 feet and 10 feet?
Yep.
You have 18 feet, right?
Yes.
Okay, so don't fret that in terms of side yard setbacks. Don't.
Okay, I thought that was a major concern.
Well, it is, but it may not carry, it may not have merit.
Okay.
They're close, their house is too close.
Yes.
Nothing they did to create that condition.
Right.
But you're going to create a condition. And if you're going to have by right side yard setbacks, that's the kind of thing you explain. That's what you sit down and say. And they're getting some understanding about that now.
Absolutely.
But that's not, that's not the nip and tuck. Now, it is a substandard size yard, so we could say, well, even though.
Yeah.
That's not my concern, and I'm only speaking for one.
Okay.
I don't. Okay.
All
so
I'm saying
anyway,
is
that just if you think you can come back with an agreement with drawings that reflect the agreement, or easements, or agreements on the water main by June, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
If that's what you think.
But we have a motion on the floor to move it to July. If they even had something by June, it wouldn't be ripe until July, unless the motion was amended to.
Then if it's not ready, they don't come back in June.
Right.
That's just. If it's not ready in June, then it comes back as a deferral to July.
But
Absolutely. That's all I'm
Mr.
saying is-
Owen doesn't want to go down that road.
Well, just go ahead and offer an amendment. See what the votes are.
We have to vote. I can
Well,
make an alternative. Can I make a substitute?
Just offer to, no, she can do it.
I can make a substitute motion.
She will,
I will move that we defer this in the case of V11366-18-VA-1. We defer this matter to the June BZA hearing.
it'll be parliamentarily easier if you don't use the word substitute. Just say offer an amendment to change to the deferral to June.
Amend the motion.
Right.
Just say, yeah,
I seek unanimous consent.
you won't get it. Just offer a normal amendment.
Yes.
Okay, I second that.
Been moved by Ms. Malice to amend the motion that Mr. Owen made that she seconded, and Ms. Freshman seconded the motion to amend. Discussion on the motion to amend. Hearing none. All in favor of amending the motion made by Mr. Owen to provide for this matter to be deferred to June, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
Okay, and so the motion to amend is granted. Now, the main motion. All those in favor of deferring this matter to the June meeting of the BZA signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? And the matter is deferred. Thank you very much.
But it's good developer work.
This is what developers do. It's not the nail hammering side, it's the people side. Often nail hammers don't like that, but it's an integral part.
Understood, which is why I try to get to know the neighbors as well as possible, at least once I start.
Good opportunity to do that.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Clark? Make it happen. Thank you. Thank you. Next case.
Case number V-11367-18-UP1 is a use request by Arlington Home Construction LLC, and I'd like to point out this is the contractor, to permit a setback of 9.7 feet to the wall of an addition to the rear lot line instead of 10 feet as required to the rear lot line on the corner lot regarding a one-story addition on the corner lot in the R6 zoning district, premise known as 5635 20th Street North. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you very much. Any questions of staff? If not, let's see. I don't have any speaker slips, so let's see if someone from Arlington Designer Homes Construction LLC, hopefully a manager member, is here.
Sir.
Speaker slip.
Supposed to fill out a speaker?
Yes, unless you are a named applicant, any entity, there has to be a speaker slip for the representative of that entity, even if the entity is an LLC that they're the only member manager of. Yes, so just fill it out that way. But you can speak and do it afterwards.
Sorry about that. I hope that this is certainly not as long a comment period as the last one. I think the application speaks for itself. The staff can support it. So I'm just here to answer any questions.
I'm sorry. I guess I should have, before you speak, let me ask staff, why is the owner's name listed as?
Chris and Lisa.
Right, Barnett. Let's see, contract owner is Arlington Designer Homes. You're the contract owner.
I'm the contractor.
Contractor.
Chris and Lisa Barnett.
So aren't they the applicant?
They are the applicant.
I'm here on behalf of them.
They are, Arlington Designer Homes LLC is the listed applicant. Chris and Linda Barnett are the listed owners on the application and the disclosure form.
Say that again?
Yeah, I just don't see them in the staff, listed on the staff report as the applicant.
I think for me, the confusion is on the, I don't know what to call this. Is this the application?
Mm-hmm.
So on this application, the first line, we, Arlington Designer Homes Construction, and then owners' names, Chris and Lisa Barnett, are not, even on this one page, they're not the same.
And it's not signed. Agent's name, Andrew Moore, president, title.
That's Mr. Moore.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
But the
If their name wasn't here,
it would be fine.
If it was Chris and Lisa Barnett, Lot 14, Section 6, et cetera, then we'd be good to go. But there's this interposing Arlington Designer Homes LLC on the top line. So
So the applicant is Arlington Designer Homes LLC on behalf of the owners of the property.
Let me try to clarify, because the ownership says, the disclosure, Barnett owners. There's no bank listed. So is the situation that they're outright owners, fee simple owners?
correct.
And you're the contractor to do the work?
Yes.
Huh, okay.
That's not usually how, we don't usually put the contractor there, do we?
Correct. You can certainly speak for them, but if there was I don't see a statement that gives you the right to speak for them other than.
I mean, I don't feel the need to speak for them. I think they.
No, well, agent's name. I mean, you're listed as the agent, Arlington Designer Homes.
Well, I guess the question is, do we have any evidence that the Barnetts approve of this application.
Yeah.
Have you talked to them?
I mean, that applicant's signature, is that your signature on the disclosure statement?
What page?
Well, it would be.
For disclosure,
on the,
that is my
it
signature.
looks like this.
Mm-hmm. That's my signature. Lower right-hand corner, Andrew Moore.
Yeah.
That's more, so we don't have anything from the Barnetts.
I've got an email exchange saying that I was going to be here tonight. They asked if they needed to be here.
But the application
Understood.
Yeah, there's an issue with it.
This is one I could defer to May.
Yeah, this is a, generally, if you look at these other reports, the owner, people, humans, would be listed as the applicant. And they could have, as you've signed, listed agent's name, that's perfectly fine. Then there's usually a document authorizing, almost like a power of attorney, authorizing the agent to speak about the property for the owner. And then if there's a joint ownership, like we had in that earlier case where you had the Joneses and Mr. Reish, they were the, he was acting as, it was kind of a, he had an interest in it, but he wasn't the full owner yet. Here, it's fairly unclear. Ms. Freshman.
Well, I think I agree that the applicant should be the landowners. It isn't. I don't. In my view, I've not seen any need for them to grant somebody else the power. It's not at all unusual for an architect or some other or a contractor to show up as the speaker.
Yeah, that's not the issue.
Because the applicants can't be there. But it is unusual to not have them essentially be participants in any way. I mean, that's, to me, is nuts.
If they had signed the application, we'd have no problem with you speaking tonight.
Because you've signed as the applicant.
I am the applicant, and I mean, I did this, I went over this with zoning staff, and this is how I understood it to be filled out.
Understandable. Particularly given the nature of this application, I can see how it would be frustrating to have a technical problem in this part of it too.
Also, it says contract owner is checked.
Yeah. I'm not the owner.
Well, that's also
Up on the upper right next to the
right next to. No, that doesn't. So that's completely wrong, right?
Correct.
Mr. Chair? Yeah.
Mr. Melnick.
Okay, so do you have a fully ratified contract to purchase this property?
No. So this is a renovation of a single-family home for the Barnetts that Arlington Designer Homes pulled the building permit. I can produce proof of that. And as the application says, there was an issue with the plat. And so in order to resolve that issue, I took it upon myself, as this is my job, to come in. They were, understandably, didn't want to spend 3.5 hours, on a school night waiting for this. And I said the staff could support it. I didn't think that they needed to be here. They could have been here if they had to be. I didn't think they needed to be. That's on me. And if it's, if there's a clerical error, I can do whatever needs to be done.
The issue is, and believe me, I'm not questioning your actual situation today or your good faith, but I think the issue would be that in the future, there might be a contractor who's doing whatever they're doing, and then without even telling the homeowners, they come and submit an application, write their name, but sign it all themselves, and then we've passed something that encumbers the land forever, right? And the owners didn't even know about it, right? And so we don't have evidence before us in the written application that that's not happening. And you're here to say that's not happening, which we appreciate, but the question is that enough?
I think staff can speak to that as well. They've been in contact with the owners.
Have you talked to the Barnetts?
I believe that we reached out to them For this question that was posed on Monday, and I believe you both responded, and my takeaway was that he was the contractor acting on behalf of the applicants. So we saw no reason to not move forward.
But the thing is, it's not what they state, isn't it, what it's written
Yeah.
here?
So there's no documentation.
I mean, there's
Nothing
email.
signed by them that would represent that. I have an email stating that.
The Barnetts?
Yes, I think. I can't remember who sent the email.
Mr. Chair, so
Melnick.
my understanding with contract owner is, of course, you're not the title owner, but you have a contract to purchase, and that's your interest.
Right.
So are the Barnetts, to your knowledge, are they the regular
No,
deeded owners?
I'm sorry, that was a clerical error. They are the owners of the house. They're going to remain, I remodeled the house for them. They're going to stay in their house. They're going to live in their house. That's going to be their house. I have no intention of buying it. I have no intention of selling it.
Oh, I know, but what I'm saying is they own it. They're the title owners right now.
Correct.
Because I just saw that contract owner, and so it sounds like that's just completely erroneous, that being checked.
It's not your fault, but, Mr. Moore, I think we have to revisit this in May with some writing, authentic writing, or their appearance, the Barnetts here to give me the comfort to move forward on this.
Can the application be amended, or does that have to be redone?
In this case, I think we're going to redo the application page. Yeah, to take care of the contract owner situation. We'll
If they don't come in May, oh, you mean right now?
No.
All right.
I don't get it.
So, I mean, I think what Mr. Rizzi was saying was that what he would plan to do is have them fill out that sheet again and sign it the right way.
Right.
And otherwise, everything could stay the same and go on the same path.
Right, but not tonight.
But not tonight.
Okay, that was my point.
But May, they could come back in May.
When is the meeting in May?
May 20th.
Sunday?
No, 23rd, isn't it?
May 23rd. Thank you.
Are you available, or is someone available on the 23rd?
Or they can show up.
The owners can show up.
I mean, I haven't confirmed that with them. I don't know if they're here.
But if the
All right, I guess I'll cancel my flight.
the paper,
It's a small request.
Yeah.
So I would
Well-
vote yes on it. I just, without the proper application, I can't vote on it.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be here, but I mean, I was not going to be in town, but I'll change my flight.
So while we're in the middle of a hearing, I wonder if we can go ahead and ask the question that Mr. Melnick asked from an applicant a while ago when we had the 6-inch, I think that was an 8-inch difference, right? Or earlier tonight?
Mm-hmm.
What happened to get us to this 6-inch difference?
Did you look at the application? With the original plat that was supplied to me, there was a 10-foot setback. With the wall check that I had, same foundation, same wall, same everything, it turned into 9.7. So, I mean, I've got a certified plat from the same survey company that says it's a 10 feet. Nothing changed. Actually,
12 years changed.
Well, yeah, exactly. And actually, I mean, even further than that, we reduced. So we've got the existing wall here. We came in from that because we removed the vinyl. So we came in actually, half an inch, whatever it is, because it was 1.5 inches vinyl, and then we have 3/8 hardy. So we actually came in 3/4 of an inch, and yet we still got a 9.7 inch versus, or 9.7 feet versus 10 feet. So, I had a plat that shrank in the 12-year interim by the same survey company, by the same, so I mean, different instruments though.
In 2006, I bet that was the beginning of GPS. I bet it wasn't that good.
I would have to defer to the survey company. I mean, I would state that other jurisdictions have a fudge factor there, whereas Arlington is,
So the ingredients for a successful path forward here are, we're going to move to defer it to May. You'll work with staff to refill out the forms and get the right set of signatures. Some human being on behalf of the owners has to show up at the May meeting. Doesn't have to be them, doesn't have to be you. Be best if it's somebody who can show, I've got a letter from the owner says I can speak for them tonight. Can you please say yes? And then we'll hear the case.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, so if I could just clarify, so Mr. Owen did mention plural documents, because I heard application, but, it looks like, quite a few of the other documents, like the disclosure statement, need the Barnetts to sign as applicant. So, just so it is the whole package.
Yeah, and consistent.
Okay.
Thank you. I would be happy to entertain a
Mr.
motion.
Chairman, I move that we defer this item to the May meeting. I move that in the case V-11367-18-UP-1, that we defer this item to the May meeting.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Owen, seconded by Ms. Freshman to defer this matter to May to clean up this paper work. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. This matter is deferred.
Regrettable.
Yes. The next case, I think we have 5 more.
Case number V-11368-18-UP-1 is a use permit request by Christine Seashore, owner, to permit a setback of 3 feet to the wall, 2 feet to the eave of a left side addition instead of 10 feet to the wall, 6 feet to the eave as required from the side property line, and to permit an aggregate side setback of 10.9 feet instead of 18 feet as required regarding a 1-story left side addition, new side addition, and by right front porch and dormer additions in the R6 zoning district, premise known as 4748 6th Street South. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached resolution denying the use permit request. 2 alternative proposed resolutions have been provided should the board decide to approve the subject use permit request with modification or as advertised.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you. Mr. Owen?
question for staff. To clarify, there's nothing going on the right side. This is all the side lot actions on the left side. Is that right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions of staff? If not, be happy to hear from Christine Seashore. Welcome, I guess.
I think it's just good. I'm here asking for this use permit in spite of the recommendation of denial. I am a 16-year resident of Arlington County, and I have always lamented the fact that I walk directly into my house. I am an outdoorsy person. I garden in the extreme. I've got a dog. I've always had dogs. I'm constantly bringing the detritus of the outdoors into my home. I am also embarking on a renovation to add a floor to my home. I am hoping that with a mudroom, which is this is the structure to the left of my house, that I will have a place to land before I enter my shiny new house. I have gotten the support of all my neighbors. I think you can see that I have signatures from everyone around me, and most importantly, to the people on whom my property abuts, the Picarosis at 4744. I don't know what else to say. I understand after speaking with Mr. Rissy in the original discussion of denial, he said, well, I did find in the neighborhood a few homes that had decreased setbacks very similar to what I'm proposing. On 3rd Street South, I'm on 6th Street South. At 3rd Street South, there's a 3.4-foot setback. And on 7th Street South, there are 2 that have 3-foot setbacks. What he proposed, and I'm more than willing to do, is to decrease the width of the proposed addition from 7 feet to 6 or 6.5 feet, so that I am then in line with these other 3 residences in my neighborhood.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Owen?
Just kind of clarify with staff, my understanding from the staff report is if the applicant reduces by 1 additional foot, staff would support the application, right?
We found other examples in the neighborhood, so we feel we could support that.
Okay. And you're willing to reduce a foot?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Any further questions? Anything else to add? Ms. Seashore?
I think that's it. I've done everything I think I can do to try to make this happen.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Owen?
I'm ready to make a motion.
I'd be happy to entertain it.
In case V-11368-18-UP-1, I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the alternative proposed resolution 1, approval with setback of 3.4 feet to the wall rather than 3 feet as requested.
I'll second.
Thank you very much. It's been moved by Mr. Owen and seconded by Mr. Melnick to approve the alternative proposed resolution number 1, which grants partial relief to the applicant. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you for being accommodating. Please call the next case.
Case number V-11369-18-UP-1 is a use permit request by John and Laura Kennington. The owners permit a setback of 7.9 feet to the wall of an addition instead of 8 feet as required from the right side property line, and to permit a setback of 19.3 feet to the wall of a basement level storage area instead of 25 feet as required from the 24th Street North right-of-way, and to permit a setback of 14.5 feet to the open deck instead of 21 feet as required from the 24th Street North right-of-way, and to permit a setback of 19.2 feet to the screen porch, 18.5 feet to the eaves, instead of 21 feet to the screen porch, 19.5 feet to the porch eaves from the 24th Street North right-of-way as required, regarding a new screen porch, grilling deck, basement level storage, and rear addition on a corner lot in the R6 zoning district, premise known as 2400 North Roosevelt Street. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached resolution granting the use permit request with conditions, and I would like to please note that there's supplemental material for this case that came in after the application packet was assembled and printed, and it is a couple additional letters of support supplied by the applicant's contractor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rissy. Any questions of staff? Hearing none. John and Laura Kennington, welcome. Anything to add? Any comments to make?
Nothing to add.
And it looks like you have your builder here too?
Yeah, this is Mark. He's our builder.
Welcome. Thank you for being here. Any questions of the applicant?
No, but if there's no other speakers, I'd like to make a motion.
No questions. Mr. Melnick.
Okay. All right, in case V113...
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I do actually have a question.
Sorry, Mr. Melnick.
Sorry.
You're doing a building addition in the back, right?
The back, and then the porch is actually off to the side, the screen porch.
Okay, and this is a fairly steeply sloped, graded property, right?
It's actually very flat in the back where the addition's going, but on the side where the screen porch is going is where it's steeply sloped.
So my question is about additional water runoff. So as we're increasing the impervious surface area on the roof, whether or not neighbors down the hill might get additional water. And I'm wondering if you've thought about that as a possibility and done any thought about mitigation.
So we've done some infiltration testing where we just had water, so we do have very good infiltration on the lot. But what we are planning to do is use a rain barrel for that roof so that you can at least slow it down before it runs off. And to answer the question about the consideration, I do believe that if there is any runoff, which we would think would be minimal from the porch, would actually go to the road and then down the road and be handled by the storm sewer because of that slope to the side, not the slope off the back to the neighbors.
So that's, all right, I appreciate you answered my literal question, but sending it into the Arlington County storm sewer system is not a plus either. Right? It should be held on the property until it goes into the water table.
Right, yeah, agreed.
So if you guys could please be mindful of that. And I do want to appreciate the extra effort that you guys took this week to get the extra neighbor sign off, because that was really helpful in my mind to moving this forward very quickly and easily.
Thank you. And those comments were by Mark Cierney, who is the applicant's builder, who's at 1038 North Monroe Street. Any further questions? Hearing none, Mr. Melnick.
Okay. All right, so I'd like to make a motion in case V 11369118 UP1. So I'd like to move that the Arlington Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting the use permit request with the conditions as stated.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Mr. Melnick and seconded by Ms. Malice to grant the use permit in this case. Hearing no further discussion, all in favor of granting the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The matter is granted. Thank you very much.
Thanks for
Thank
waiting.
you.
Absolutely.
Please call the next case.
Case number V-11370-18-UP1 is a use permit request by Yunmi S. Pick and Quinn Pick, owners, to permit a setback of 19 feet to the porch, 18 feet to the porch eaves, instead of 21 feet to the porch, 19.5 feet to the porch eaves from the 29th Street North right-of-way as required regarding a new front porch and by right rear addition in the R8 zoning district, premise known as 6040 29th Street North. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you very much. Questions of staff, Ms. Freshman?
Just on the existing conditions, it says the size of the lot, but doesn't say the width, but yet it references, that it should have 70 feet and 8,000 square feet. So the size of the lot isn't a problem, but I didn't, it may be elsewhere, but it wasn't there. Since the width could possibly be an issue.
Shall I answer?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. It may be an oversight that we didn't mention the width. Since there is an existing house in this situation, we didn't feel that was, in this case, it shouldn't be a mitigating factor, I don't believe.
Might be if somebody wanted to do something on the side.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. So
Looking at the plat that was provided as part of the application, it appears that on one of the survey drawings saying property of Lawrence F. Jennings and dated September 19th, 2017, it looks like there's a 70-foot width for the lot.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions of staff? Hearing none. Yunmi or Quinn Peck? I see Quinn off to the side also.
Yeah, but they chose me to speak. Hi, I'm Susie Pack. I could go into why we want the extra feet. Do you need to hear it? In the interest of time. It's all in the application. There's not anything additional other than a sob story.
Okay. Any questions of
I'm here to
Ms.
answer
Peck?
questions.
I don't have any questions. I'll challenge Mr. Melnick and observe that I think this is a handsome addition and will probably be an asset to the neighborhood.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, the matters with the board. Mr. Melnick?
Well, I'll echo Mr. Owen's comments. Yeah, that it is a great design, and therefore, I'll make a motion on it. And the motion is for the Board of Zoning Appeals to adopt the attached resolution granting the use permit request in case V 1137018 UP1.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Melnick and seconded by Ms. Freshman. And in the interest of full disclosure, and one of the other hats that I wear is that of a television director, and Ms. Peck's co-owner, Quinn Peck, is a director of photography who I've worked with in the past. However, that won't adversely affect my ability to be impartial in this matter.
Thank you.
Even though he didn't take any pictures of us tonight. Photographer. He didn't. He'd have there'd be a big camera, a big, 4K camera. He's won a number of awards as a director of photography and filmmaking.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Owen?
Just for staff's benefit, I think these disclosures that we make about our relationships with applicants and so forth, my expectation is that those will go in the minutes.
Duly noted.
Hearing no further discussion, all in favor of the matter signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it, the matter is granted.
Thank you.
Please call the next case.
Case number V-11371-18-UP-1 is a use permit request by JR Real Estate Group LLC, owners to permit a setback of 18 feet to the front porch, 17 feet to the eave, instead of 21 feet to the porch, 19.5 feet to the eave, as required from the South Randolph Street right-of-way regarding a renovation to an existing one-story dwelling to include a by-right second-story addition and two-story rear addition in the R6 zoning district premise known as 1402 South Randolph Street. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached resolution granting the use permit request with conditions. And I'd like to please note that there is supplemental material for this case that came in after the application packet was assembled and printed, and it is an additional letter of support supplied by the applicant.
Thank you very much. Duly noted. Any questions of Mr. Rissy? None? Hearing none? The applicant, a representative of JR Real Estate Group LLC, I don't have a speaker slip, but if you fill one
should
out
I fill one out?
After you finish, just announce your name and add anything that you may want to add or make any comments that you want to make.
Saifuddin Rahman. I am a owner of JR Real Estate, along with a partner, Mohammed Swalim. I believe it's noted on the application. We're basically purchased this house and noticed that one corner had 5 foot in, and ended up, we're putting a porch on the front, and part of that porch is going to be encroaching on that setback line, so we submitted the application because it didn't make sense to put a partial porch. It just wouldn't look good for the new property. There was one question that came in from Mr. Rissy about the neighbors. So we just submitted the neighbor across the street. I don't know if the board has seen that. Mr. Paleshi, we had just knocked on the door several times. We couldn't reach him, so I ended up doing a Google search through Arlington records, and it turns out he works for a local contracting company, and he answered the phone, and we emailed each other back and forth. Sent him all the plans. He responded with the email that you see. The neighbor on our right side, Miss Wagner, I believe, she is a 90-year-old resident who is visually impaired, so she doesn't even answer the door. We've actually tried several times. One of the other neighbors said that they would communicate to her because they check on her regularly, and that's the neighbors that are across from us to the left, and that's basically it. Happy to answer questions if you all have any.
Thank you very much. That was helpful. Any questions of the applicant? Hearing none, I'd be happy to entertain a motion if there are no more questions and if the board is ready. Ms. Freshman?
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached proposed resolution approving the use permit V-11371-18-UP1, subject to the conditions listed.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
Second.
I think I heard Ms. Malice
Fine,
first.
she can
Oh,
have.
Mr. Owen. Hold that thought. It was moved by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Ms. Malice to adopt the attached resolution granting the use permit. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of granting the use permit signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The matter is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. And the last case of the evening.
Case number V-11372-18-UP-1 is a use permit request by Patrick Jansen, owner, to permit a setback of a negative 0.3 feet to the eave of a building instead of 21 feet as required from the North Pershing Drive right-of-way, and to permit a setback of 15.5 feet to wall of an accessory building, 15.2 feet to the eave instead of 25 feet to the wall, 21 feet to the eave as required from the North Pershing Drive right-of-way, and to permit a setback of 2.8 feet to the eave of an accessory building instead of 10 feet as required from the rear property line, and to permit a setback of 12.4 feet to the building eve instead of 21 feet as required for the North Cleveland Street right-of-way, and to permit a setback of 12 feet to the porch, 10.5 feet to the porch eaves instead of 21 feet to the porch, 19.5 feet to the porch eaves as required from the North Cleveland Street right-of-way, and to permit a setback of 11 feet to the porch. I've heard rumblings. Sorry.
Thanks.
Yeah. Instead of 21 feet to the porch, 19.5 feet to the porch eaves as required from the North Cleveland Street right-of-way, and to permit a setback of 11 feet to the porch, 9.5 feet to the porch eaves instead of 21 feet to the porch, 19.5 feet to the porch eaves as required from the North Pershing Drive right-of-way, and to permit an aggregate setback of 9 feet instead of 18 feet as required regarding the expansion of the garage, eaves on the second-story addition over existing walls, and new front porch in the R5 zoning district premise known as 427 North Cleveland Street. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached resolution denying the use permit request. An alternative proposed resolution has been provided should the board decide to approve the subject permit request as advertised. Please note that there is supplemental material for this case that came in after the application packet was assembled and printed.
Thank you very much. We have those. Any questions of staff?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have several questions. Could you describe the supplemental material that we received?
It is additional letters of support, and it's an additional petition of support and an email discussing the outreach attempts made to the surrounding neighbors.
Thank you. I have an additional question. Staff is recommending denial of this use permit. However, the request contains a great many separate requests for relief, both for the existing garage as well as for the house. Does staff oppose each and every element of this request, or are there some elements of the request that the staff could support?
Staff hasn't looked at the independent requests of the report in such detail as to be able to, at this time, recommend approval for specific portions of it. I do believe there are portions that staff can recommend approval on. I just at this time can't lay out a table of which of those it may be.
Okay, thank you. I have an additional question.
Go ahead, Mr. Owen.
If the applicant appears to be requesting to build within an easement owned by the county, even if the BZA were to grant this use permit, would the applicant still need to get permission from the county board or county manager before constructing this addition?
Yes, the applicant would be required to get a encroachment permit into the easement through DES's real estate department, which would go before the county board for approval.
So the Arlington County Board itself would need to take action in order to allow this to move forward?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Malice?
Is remuneration part of that consideration?
I believe it to be the case.
Because it would be a taking.
It would be a taking of.
Or purchase.
Or renting.
Or renting, yeah. Kind of like a usufruct, actually, because they can't gain the property. They can only.
So there would be some remuneration to the county for using.
I believe that to be the case.
Okay. Any other questions? I would like to hear from Patrick Jansen. Welcome.
Members of the board, thank you for hearing us today. Frankly, I'm a little confused about a couple of statements, but let me...
Patrick Jansen?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Sorry, Patrick Jansen. Okay, first of all, just kind of want to explain what we're doing. What we're using is the existing footprint, and we're going up. Okay, so we're building in an easement and so forth. I'm not quite sure where that came in, but we're using the exact same footprint and going up. Did the actual, from my understanding of the report, was that because the property sits on the edge to, basically right by the sidewalk, that's where the issue is. This property was built in 1920. It wasn't a recent property at all. So what we're doing is we're just using the existing property to go up to make it more livable. There's currently a second floor, but we just want to make it more livable. This is going to be our house, mine and my wife's. So that's really all that we're actually doing. So for all intents and purposes, this is a thin lot. We knew that, but we, called the county and so forth, and we were told that we could build up. But then speaking with Mr. Reese, he had told us that there were some issues with the eaves. Therefore, this is why we would be presenting to you. Mainly was because we needed permits to go over the eaves. Now, if you look at the eaves in the property, they're currently like 2 feet. We're actually going to bring them down to 18 inches. And if you look at the place in question, which is the little bump out, if you will, that goes to the sidewalk, our new plan keeps the current existing structure and then brings it in 18 inches so the eave doesn't even extend to that portion. And we had a meeting with Mr. Reese and my architect here to come up with workarounds so we could comply.
Jansen, hold on for a second. So you're saying that bump out is going to be taken in, that you're not going to go
above it?
Oh, okay.
So above it.
Keep going.
Yeah. So that's basically what we came up, so we wouldn't impede any further, and we could actually have an eave, for building purposes. So we actually, after our first set of plans, we've been working with the county and so forth to come up with, a viable solution to this. So we're not building anywhere else except up. If this makes sense on the house. We don't exceed any lot coverage. Our lot coverage, everything else complies. We're not doing anything on any other side to extend it. We're just going up. And
question. Well, keep going and then finish up. There are going to be a number of questions, I know.
Okay. So, and then, the last thing is, if you look on the map, the house literally right across the street from us, if we're talking about that, there's, on the report it shows that our structure is the only one that actually abuts to, the property line or so forth. But if you look literally right across the street to 2602, that property is maybe a couple of feet further in, which would also not comply. The property, which is a rental property on the other side of Pershing, is basically in the same situation. So our property is not the only one that's very close. And I'm sure in 1920, that was probably a one-lane road. Right. So we're just trying to comply with the county. We feel that, building up is really not, that we comply with all the rules.
Mr. Owen.
So my perspective on this is that there's a huge difference in an urban neighborhood to having a building at the edge of the sidewalk versus having it even a couple of feet away from the edge of the sidewalk. If you're in a stroller, if you're walking two abreast, if you're walking a dog, if you're with a small child, if you're drunk, whatever the situation occurs in an urban neighborhood, being at the back of the sidewalk with a wall is just a very different condition than being a few feet back. And this bump out is, however long it's been there, let's say it's been there 100 years, it's still unusual for the neighborhood. And so from my perspective, saying because that's what's there to one story must be perfectly fine, so 2 stories is also therefore perfectly fine in that same spot, that's not my starting point. My starting point is someone's coming for special permission to build more than they have a right to build. Taken as a whole, how is this property contributing to and not detracting from the neighborhood? So I think what I would hope for from an owner or a builder in this situation and from staff is, as we were talking about earlier, a little bit of give or take. You have the legal right to keep this 1-story bump out for another 100 years if you don't want to change it. But if you're in this spot of making major renovations to the whole house and raising it up a floor, I would say there's a strong case to be made for being very generous in accommodating other dimensions of the house that may require closeness to other property lines or to the street front or the accessory buildings or whatever. There's a lot of play. if that bad condition of the existing, today, bad condition of the existing bump out right at the back of the sidewalk were mitigated or eliminated, right? So that's the direction I would have wanted to see, rather than piling on what's already a bad situation, to say, what trade-offs can there be to give a lot of leeway to a homeowner that's willing to contribute to the neighborhood by relieving the neighborhood of that problem that's been existing for many years. So that's sort of my orientation towards considering an application like this.
Okay, well, I mean, we've talked with the neighbors and so forth, and they like the idea of where we're going with this. Now, if your recommendation is since it's our house, we can actually make accommodations. I've got a very good architect that we can work things out through. So if your recommendation is not to build over that second level, we will make adjustments to that.
Let Mr. Owen finish, and then I'll go to
you said, do you want to say it to the microphone?
No, just go ahead.
When I heard nearby, someone said, even better to take it out, right? If your design, and, a lot of people like the open concept or whatever, better circulation, if having a wall right up against the edge of the sidewalk, which is unusual for this neighborhood, if that went away, that, to me, speaking for myself, I would see that as a big plus for transportation, urban, pedestrian, bicycle, tricycle, walk, people with a stroller or wheelchair, all that kind of stuff are better off if they have that little bit of extra room, especially on Pershing Drive, because that sidewalk is already kind of narrow for the intensity that exists on Pershing Drive. So if you're thinking creatively, what could you do that would be great for your use, that would be useful to you, that would make, and that's not a question I'm asking for tonight, right? But, if you have time with your architect to think about this in the future, like, what other kind of leeway would you want from the county if in exchange for getting rid of that would compensate, the burden of getting rid of that? That's sort of the question in my mind.
Okay, well, I mean, first of all, we have to think of our living space, right? So how we use a house and so forth. So basically, the front of the lot is actually 46 feet. Okay, so this extension is actually 10 feet. So now we're talking 36 feet. Okay, so now your house is not really sideways. It's not really more of a square, if you will. It's going to be a very deep rectangle. And I've built houses that are deep rectangles. They're extremely difficult to furnish. It's a very, very tough situation to actually live in. I do a lot of stuff in Old Town. And in Old Town, that's what people really are looking for. They're looking for the historical value and all that. I think completely understand that. This is my own home. I came to Arlington because there's a little bit more land. It allows me to have the house that I want. That's why we came to Arlington. That's why, if there's no way to pass this except take that off, I will be extremely disappointed, but we bought this property for ourselves. So we are planning to, put roots down here. I don't think, that square is 10 by 10. If we're talking that's really going to impede, pedestrian crossings, drunk people, they should have been arrested. But other than that, I can understand with people, with strollers and things like that. But 10 feet, I really don't think that's really going to impact, considering that a lot of the houses, especially the house across the street, has a chain link fence all the way around it. So if we're talking about that kind of situation that it's really going to impede traffic, then half the block is going to impede traffic because all the fences are already up to the sidewalks and so forth. So a structure is, you could tell what's currently there. It's a chain link fence that goes all the way down the street, and it keeps continuing on around the block. So that impedes of what you're trying to say.
But in Arlington, there is a fence height limit in those locations. You can't go over, I think it's 4 feet tall.
But if you're moving in a stroller, you're going to hit that wall at the same place where you're going to hit the fence. So, this is our house, and this is why I'm being a little bit more adamant. That extra side space really counts for a lot in the overall structure. And that's why on the upper level, we tried to, bring it in, a little bit, not to go over the eave and so forth, just to kind of keep it in line. And it actually gives it a nice little it gives a little bit more character to the house. So I like that idea. We're making some adjustments in the middle. I would be, I really wouldn't have with the plan that we currently have upstairs, I would be a little bit disappointed if we took it out, but if that's what the recommendation would be to get this going, I would do that.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. Mr. Jansen, the outbuilding that's in the back, what is that to be used for? What's it being used for now?
It's going to be a garage and office space.
Okay. And now it looks like, when I'm looking at these plans, that the fireplace that's on that wall, the inside wall of that little bump out, that's not a functioning fireplace right now?
Actually, the fireplace is actually right in the middle of the house.
Right. But it's not operable. You don't use it.
No. Actually, we're going to take that out because we have to rebuild the entire thing.
Completely taking that out.
We have to rebuild it.
And it looks like that bump out, that 10 by 10, is a later addition that wasn't built when the house wasn't on there when the house was originally built.
Well, if you look at the foundation from the inside of the house, it actually goes with the structure. So the walls inside actually bring you, like if you're in the basement level, okay, which is like, I don't know, 6.5 feet maybe. Excuse me. You go through it, that structure has been there for a considerable amount of time. It's the same.
Does it look like that was this house was built probably nearly 100 years old, right?
Yep.
But I have to imagine it was much smaller. Like that back, clearly that back porch is an addition.
Yes.
That wasn't an original part of the house. And I mean, even looking from this sight line, that looks like a later addition. Now, it might have been put in the 30s or the 40s, but it doesn't look like something that was natural to the construction of the house. That bump out right there.
Yeah. From the inside, it's basically the same cinder block build. So if it was an addition, it was probably, as you said, it was probably built 10, 20 years after that, but no later than that, because it actually looks like it's part of the house. So
because I'm wondering on the inside, that inside wall, you can see where the air conditioning unit is.
Mm-hmm.
If that wall on the inside kind of continues as if it were an exterior wall. And then in the little room, there's a little doorway. Is it a double door, or are there French doors that go into that bump out, or is there a single door?
On the inside or the outside?
Or is it open? On the inside?
On the inside, it's all open. I think you might be looking at the new plans. The existing plans, it's all open. It just has like a framed entryway, basically.
Okay.
So it's just in nice oak or pine wood.
All right. I'm not comfortable with that personally either. If you're going straight up, and they're beautiful plans, and and I can understand wanting to do something with this significant. I can understand that and appreciate it, but that just seems right on the sidewalk, really in the public right of way,
Mm-hmm.
to encroach and then go straight up. That seems overbearing to me. Ms. Malice.
Different point. Do you not live in this house now?
No. We are actually incurring costs to holding it at this point.
You're sorry?
Incurring costs just to hold it so we can. So actually, we weren't anticipating that we would even be coming in front of you guys. So I mean, we have 2 months of holding costs right now, trying to get this process started.
So I take it your difficulty in reaching out to neighbors is because you don't know the neighbors.
That's part of it, yes. I mean, we've gone out there actually 6 times because I've had my assistant go out there and so forth. We've gotten some signatures, and some people, as actually you can read on one of those, some gentleman was the roommate of the owner. And as you guys were talking earlier about reaching out to renters and so forth, he literally had no interest and literally shut the door on my assistant's face. So hopefully
you'll get to know your neighbors.
Yeah, me too. Because that was pretty, I was a little upset about that.
Ms. Smells?
We're not going to design your house tonight, so I think we're going to either deny or defer this application. So,
Is there any possible way that we could, obviously, if you're saying we need to redesign, that means that we're not going to obviously get approval. So if we do defer, could we possibly make this the next coming meeting?
I don't think you have time to.
They have to advertise if,
You have new drawings to make if you make modifications.
Well, the modifications would be on that section right there. Obviously, my architect is right here listening to everything that we need to do. And the holding costs right now, the unanticipated holding costs is really what's actually more
I understand that, but I don't
pressing.
think you get on the May agenda.
right. Well, let me ask this. Let me ask this of staff. If we were to approve everything except the minus .3, the advertisement currently covers that, and it would be, in terms of your drawings, it would simply be cutting those off, because those are, looks like in one case, it's kind of a sitting room off of the master bedroom looks like it's in the back.
Yes. And
But another big bedroom is in the front, and that looks like kind of a sitting room off of that.
yeah, as soon as you walk in, basically you have your foyer, and then you have that room on the left-hand side. So it is kind of like a reading room, if you will. I think they had it as a dining room before.
But your plan is to put a bedroom on the first floor on the right side?
On the right-hand side, yes, for
On the first floor, and then another master bedroom in the back on the second floor.
yes.
On the second floor, that space in that bump out was not. It just didn't look like it was doing much. I mean, it was off of, yeah. Because it looks like that's kind of a bedroom. No, let's see here. There is a. I guess, that's not really is it a bedroom? I guess it has a closet and a window, so I guess it could be at 9.7 by 12.6 roughly.
Are we talking upstairs, downstairs?
Yeah, upstairs. I'm looking at the second floor, this bump out.
Of
the 10 by 10
of the
I
new
was looking
plans,
at.
right?
That it looks like it's a small bedroom, but you've got, that would be the fourth bedroom on that floor if it were, maybe it would be a nursery. And then you've got a bedroom on the first floor.
Yeah, that's future thinking of my parents getting older. That's future thinking of my parents getting older.
Well, you're going to have them on the first floor.
Exactly. That's why the bedroom's on the first. That bedroom is
Right.
going to be on the first floor.
Right. Ms. Malice.
Are we trying to redesign?
No, I'm not. No, I'm just looking at, I was just thinking out loud about if that were to be cut off, what would remain, and a lot would still remain.
If the second story addition was cut off, or the whole thing was
Yes.
cut off?
That whole 10-foot, the thing that's encroaching on the sidewalk.
Okay.
We're taking off entirely in exchange for
And
the other.
staff has not indicated that they would recommend these other changes, or have they?
No, that was Peter's question at the very beginning.
And I'd be uncomfortable without staff.
Yeah, I don't think they've been thoroughly analyzed.
Unfortunately.
But there's, I mean, the other thing is that you're the architect, right? Okay. So, I mean, who knows what other encroachments they might want to get in exchange, like maybe like window boxes or whatever, window bump outs. I mean, there's other, the attitude I want to express is play ball, like let's see what creativity from your architect can produce, and let's not lock you in other ways.
Well, I mean,
maybe there could be accommodation.
I mean, to tell the truth, I feel very confident. I mean, I do this for a living, so I know what it looks like. So obviously, and I've been working with Mr. Beasley for a while to come up with this design. If we were to do that, and I mean, if we could push it back like half the size, I mean, do you guys want it completely out? I mean, if we did that, if we put a box, like a box window in this kind of like.
I'm not an architect. I'm not very creative. I'm not an artist. I'm a functionalist.
From my perspective?
Yeah.
No, he's a bureaucrat lawyer.
No, but from my perspective, I wouldn't do that because it would actually break apart the house, something.
Why we can't design tonight, right? We can't have a design discussion. I'm having a legal discussion, right? Which is I want to give you the maximum legal latitude that your designers can use in order to come up with a solution that suits you the best.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we defer this item V-11372-18-UP-1 to the June BZA meeting.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Owen and seconded by Ms. Malice to defer this matter to the June meeting of the BZA. Any further discussion?
I just want to thank the applicant and their architect for staying all night and staying for this discussion. I hope it's constructive for you to get this feedback. I really hope we can get to an approval on this because it seems like you have a lot to offer the neighborhood.
Absolutely.
Before we vote on it, could I just ask, as part of the discussion, given that we're opening this up, okay, if any part of the existing encroachment remains, is it there's still a board action required?
No. It's only if they go into the easement. So they need us to come within 21 feet. They need the county board to go 3 inches over. Right. They're actually encroaching.
And they would need the county board action regardless.
They will need county, so if that encroachment remains at one-story building, because we're opening this up, they will have to go to the county board to get relief on that as long as that.
Won't remain.
My understanding is that they have an existing structure, and if they're not touching that portion,
So usually when you
that's the
open,
discussion I would have to have.
so that's something for the applicant to be aware of and clarify.
Oh, yeah, you might want to clarify that with the.
But hopefully we're moving in a direction where that will melt away.
Yeah, it might be moot.
Right.
But I want you to understand that because you're opening up the application and there is an encroachment, that if that encroachment remains, even with not going up,
It won't remain. It's going away.
okay, well then, yeah, because going to the county board is a lot harder than going to us.
We're talking about carrying costs. Ooh.
Yeah, and that's.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and that was our discussion. I don't hear any more discussion. All in favor of deferring this matter to the June meeting of the BZA signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The matter is deferred. Thank you very much for your patience. You'll be earlier in the agenda in June.
Can we go first?
Please.
Carryovers go at the beginning.
Carryovers go at the beginning.
The other people who were carried over that you heard, they'll go before you, and then it'll be you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Freshman.
I move approval of the April 16, 2018 minutes.
And I would like to only make one amendment, and also present, I would change staff's name to Michelle Rogers and not Cabrero.
Was that operative? April
Is that
16th?
agreement by Ms. Freshman, do you agree?
Yes.
And the second, the person who seconded, Ms. Mallet, Mr. Owen.
I don't disagree to what I understand to be a unanimous consent request.
Thank you. All those in favor of adopting the minutes as amended signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much.
May I bring up one matter before we adjourn?
Okay.
We've had some state laws passed recently that may affect ongoings at the BZA, specifically regarding ADA requirements. We've talked with the county attorney's office. They would like to brief the board in some kind of 6 o'clock work session We're not sure yet whether it will be at May or June, so offline, let's just have a discussion. No motion necessary tonight, but let's figure out what works.
Okay, that's excellent. Thank you. That accommodates kind of discussions that Peter and I have had offline about we want more information. We want a flow of information. So that would be an opportunity for us to express that. But number two, that if more than two of us meet, that has to be advertised.
Yes.
So if we go into a work session, you have to advertise that.
Yeah.
You may have the same issue that you have with all of our deferrals to May.
Well, we're already deferred at least one item, so we're already doing a special advertisement, so not an additional thing.
So also, can you tell us again what Arlova's status is, or whether, when, if ever, we might ever see her again?
Arlova, she's on a medical leave?
Not just yet. She's working through the end of this week and will be starting maternity leave next week.
Will there be an acting zoning administrator while she's gone?
Yes.
Do we know who that is yet?
Yes.
Who is it?
Essie will be the acting, yes.
And will Essie be joining us at future meetings?
I haven't discussed that with Essie yet.
I think it's helpful to have the zoning administrator at our meetings.
Essie did those meetings for years and years and years. I know she's not happy about that. Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
I so move.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Freshman's. Okay, no. Moved by Ms. Malice. Seconded by Mr. Owen. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody. Eve, it was a big agenda, and we did, had a couple of motions to deny. I am too. I was thinking midnight.
That was my thought as well, actually. So I'm pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
Through quite well.
Thank you. Well, I mean, we work well together. Okay, I feel it's kind of better.
I tried to pull you out of that. I know.
And he's like, witness, I figured it'd go down. Isn't that true? Isn't that true? In here.
He's not the only lawyer in the room, I believe.
It doesn't matter any others that actually hear the signature, hear the slips.
I appreciate that. Was there any items that didn't get passed down to me?
I don't think so.
Went that way.
Yeah, happened to go that way.
Thank you.
All of this.
All right, where did my gavel go? What did I do with that? I put it in my pocket. The gavel go.
Congratulations again on the funding.
Thank you. Where did that? You saw that gavel that was here? I know I didn't throw it away. Did someone grab the gavel? Did it fall off the edge? Into the void? Thanks. Years ago, I left my gavel up here. I forgot it one day, and I never saw it again. So this is one of my dad's. God rest his soul. Yeah. All right. Stephen's got all of that.